Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yay!
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日立
Wednesday,
の細長
Thursday,
は
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサ
Sunday
ラ
comes again.
きれいな空気体には細長が気持ちいいんです日立のビッグフローウェルネス
Hey, it's Becca, bitch.
I'm a demon shit.
Face card, $1 million. Chase you down, cops and robbers. You've been dodging me, I think that's really odd. You're a demon bitch, I'm a god.
One punch and I knocked it out. One punch and you're on the ground. Knock the guard right out of your mouth. Give him something to talk about. One kick and you're on the ground. One kick and I knocked it out. Try to keep up, kid. I'm the queen of this shit, and you're just mid.
Your outfit, really mid. You're an NPC, I'm that main bitch. I'll take you shopping. Get those toenails did, cause you're flopping. I'll fix your style, fix your hair, fix your stinky feet. You'll look a little bit better when you're getting your ass beat. I'm so Mother Teresa. I keep it vague like my name is Lisa. The scariest thing about you is those nasty feet getting near this beautiful face. Honey, you can kick me all you want. I'm gonna get right back up and I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Exactly. One punch and I knock you out. One punch and you're on the ground. Knock the guard right out of your mouth. Give them something to talk about. One kick and you're on the ground. One kick and I knock you out. Try to keep up, kid. I'm the king of this shit, and you're just mid. Exactly. I'm the king of this shit, and you're just mid. I'm the queen of this shit. Exactly. And honey, you're just mid. Exactly. Yeah, wax on, wax off type shit. I'm about to teach you a lesson.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I'm your host, the infallible Phil S. Marks. And if you guys haven't, make sure you check out my Elimination Chamber review video that I put up there. It was a clip from the members, from a chunk or two of the members show. And I put it up there. My predictions were unbridledly wrong going into that thing. And that is a positive on WWE's front for sure. But yeah, if you're not a member, become a member. It's only 99 cents. But I want to know how you guys are feeling coming out of the chamber. It seems like WWE's doing a lot to heat things up. And that's sort of the theme of this episode here. CM Punk goes too far. He goes too far. Leave Roman alone. He goes too far in his promo on Raw against Roman Reigns, Rhea Ripley and Jade Cargill, allegedly. And we talked about this on the member show too. But Jade Cargill apparently has some real life heat backstage just in general. It's probably a smear job, but we'll get into it. AEW Dynamite is live. We have people who just walked out of fucking TNA. We have, WWE 2K26 is just around the corner. It's like a day away, and people are shitting on all of that. I don't think we'll spend too much time on that. And that and so much more. This is a jam-packed show. I've been wanting to talk about that sicko that's been, like, getting in fights with wrestlers, and, like, Matt Riddle shoved him and all this shit. So I think I'm going to cover all that on PWT Podcast, okay, episode 103. So stay on the lookout for that. And, yeah, I can't wait. Shout out everybody. StreamYard's still having problems with X, I guess. You know, it gives me this thing saying, hey, you're going to have to manually post this on X. So sorry to people on X who, if you haven't tuned in or you're about to tune in, or if you usually tune in on X and you're here on YouTube, welcome. I appreciate that. Welcome to PWT Live Show. And this is Phil Marks, Bookmarks. We're going to jump right into things, man. There's so much as people file in. I think we're at 100 people watching across YouTube and X. So make sure you guys hit like, subscribe, retweet, all of that good stuff. Hit the heart or whatever you got to do. And we are going to get into news here. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I hope everybody's having a good week. I know I certainly am. And I can't wait to talk some graps. NXT happened last night. We're going to talk a bit about that as well. But to kick things off, guys, we need to do the intro to the show. And the intro to the show, of course, is called Miscellaneous News. And so we're going to head over to this folder. Actually, I will check in with chat here quickly. Sorry, I'm just eager. I'm eager beaver to get into everything today. Rabid Wolverine Elsko 17 for 2 says, I'm at AEW Dynamite right now. God help me. Oh, shit, buddy. Well, make sure you film what Tony McCann has to say, because you know he's going to come out and chat you guys up. So make sure you guys film it and hook your boy Phil up with the footage there. And it is what it is. Everybody, it's not the worst thing in the world to go to an AEW show, especially not lately. The ticket sales are up. The attendance is up. The ticket sales are up. So, speaking of being up, Big Bang Theory on right now. up in the ratings compared to Dynamite still. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. What else is chat saying? Everybody's saying what's up. Hey Phil, it took HBO Max 2 days to get the replay of Collision up. That rules. That doesn't rule, but it rules if you're a sicko. But that's 2 days is pretty crazy. Should just be instantaneous. But no, I didn't know that. If you're saying that was too far, then it 100% worked. Yeah, we're gonna get into all of that. Totally getting excited and locked in for Mania. Yeah, I'm kind of just swerved on it. Like, fuck, I thought Rhodes was gonna win the Chamber. That's all too obvious, I'd said in my like I went on JJ's show and we did like a preview show. I'm not sure which show it was on, but I was saying like, yeah, some of this seems too obvious. So there's gonna be one swerve in there, and it kind of was everything was a swerve as far as the men's chamber went. Like I don't think anyone saw that finish coming. But it was fun. That's what keeps us on the edge of our seat as fans. And that's what I hope for, every single fucking time WWE, they figure out a way to at least get people talking about the PLE. Danhausen's thing might've been a flop, but like that finish in the men's chamber, it's like, oh shit, it's Randy. And now it's like, let the speculation run wild. And yeah, I'm pumped for it, man. I'm fucking here for it. It's heating up too, like as far as all this real life work shoot heat. Like let's say some of it is real. That's awesome. Let's say it's a work and they're making us believe it's real. Even better. So again, is this like blow them away WrestleMania 17 the fucking great? No, absolutely not. But Triple H is doing his thing. People get fucking mad at him and you can't really blame him. Chief Wahoo 22's been a member for 9 months, and he says Phil didn't go too far if it's Tribal Chief approved. Yeah, well, it's Chief Wahoo approved. It seems.
Acknowledge me.
Chris McCarty's been a member for 10 months. I, the Tribal Chief, approve of Phil Brooks' message. There you go. He approved it right there. George Capture's been a member for 22 months, 22 and counting. I don't know about you. I'm feeling 22. Rabid Wolverine Else Killer 17 has been a member for 19 months. That's such a long time. 22 and 19 months. And you're out of Dynamite. So make sure you keep tapping in with chat. Let us know what's going on and all of that good stuff. Let me chug a little bit of water down here. And let's go. Let's get into this miscellaneous news, okay? So, ladies and germs, I'm afraid I've got some bad news with Bad News Barrett. Not all bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Stardom is trending right now. Shout out Stardom. Heyman Hustle texts Killer Cross during an interview. So Paul Heyman texted Killer Cross, MLW World Champion, during an interview.
You got to put it on your mum's shoulder, and she's an absolute warrior with everything that she's been through. Oh wow! I was like, I thought it was your mum would text you then, but no, I'm not going to say who that is. That is actually nuts. Can I say who that was? Sure. So we just looked at the phone, and Paul Heyman has just texted. Right, what are the chances of that?
Moving on.
Why do we think Paul Heyman's text? Why do you think he's text?
No, now this guy's marking out because Paul Heyman fucking rules, and Cross is like, Cross is not marking out, but it just adds heat to, oh, is he the masked man? Oh, there's a possibility, because when this happened as well, like we know who it is now, but I mean, come on. Like a week ago when I first bookmarked this. About a week ago. So good stuff. Speaking of the indies and whatnot, there has been a WrestleMania week update. So look at all the events scheduled to take place during WrestleMania week. I mean, Boca Raton Championship Wrestling Vegas Vacation. Podermania. I don't even know what that is. Pandemonium Pro Wrestling. Whatever forever. Coastal Championship Wrestling. Dragon Gate USA. Colorado Wrestling Connection. Micromania Midget Wrestling. Hybrid Wrestling and Pro Wrestling Unplugged, SHP Wrestling, Progress, TJP Dub live in Las Vegas, New Texas Sin City Stampede, Mark Hitchcock Super Show, CMLLLLL, St. Louis Anarchy, Rise Underground Pro, Devotion Pro, West Coast Pro, West Coast vs. the World, FSW WWE ID Showcase, New Japan Death Vegas Invitational, House of Glory, Knox Pro Entertainment, Rikishi's Polynesian Bash. For the love of God, make sure Raja Jackson's not in Vegas that fucking weekend. For the love of God.
Life, you gotta be a hoe.
Make sure he's not there. Micromania again. So this starts as far back as the 15th. We're on the 17th now. GCW, Action, Oasis Pro, Brawl and Brews, Underground Sports Entertainment, Big Time Wrestling, GCW Bloodsport. More on that in a bit. Stardom, American Dream, X Brand Wrestling, SmackDown, Relentless Pro Wrestling, Pride Style, TIM Wrestling, GCW Joey Janela's Spring Break, Martinez Entertainment, and Vagos Lucha Libre, Maple Leaf Pro, Women's Oil Wrestling. Yeah, soil them up, sully them up. Yeah, we're gonna watch them clean each other. Oh, you're gonna get oiled up. Yeah. So where are we? Women's Oil Wrestling, Knox Pro running another show. Micromania again. They got a bunch of shows. I wonder if they're shorter. I'm over here now. Thank you. I wonder if they're like shorter shows. Huh? Killer Cross presents FSW Mecca X1, Juggalo Championship Wrestling, GCW Effie's Big Gay Brunch, Lucha Libre. Man, here's the thing. Like, Joey Janela parlays the GCW Joey Janela's Spring Break or whatever the fuck. And then you have Effie's Big Gay Brunch. Guys, separate those shits. Like, do yours at the other time of the year when people are craving a fucking big indie show or whatever. But everyone just gets their shit in surrounding WrestleMania. Now, if an All-In pulls up to a city and all the fucking indies start doing this, bravo. Good on them. But that isn't the case, and they don't shift economies like this, so I don't want to hear that shit. WrestleMania 42, Night 1. Micromania again. GCW, The Immortal Clusterfuck. Killer Cross's Natural Born Killers. Lucha Libre. Spark Joshi. WrestleMania 42, Night 2. Micromania, and then Raw goes down on 420. Smoke 'em up, RVD. So that is a shitload of shows. They moved NXT Stand and Deliver to another week. Thank God WWE did that, because just look at this list of fucking shows. And someone put out a tweet saying, might have been Brett Lauderdale. He said, like, someone's got to do a documentary, get Louis Theroux on it, where someone goes to at least one match at each of these events and tries to like cross each one off their fucking list in a weekend or a week or whatever. That would actually be awesome. But yeah, and shout out the minis, dude. The fucking midget wrestling's popped off. They got more shows than anybody, unless you count GCW maybe, but people team up with GCW to put their shit on. So does that really count? Like, if there was no GCW and it was just Effie's Big Gay Brunch, I bet it would still work. Like, he's branded it enough. So it's like what's the character on South Park? Big Gay Al and his Animal Sanctorium, or Big Gay Al's Big Gay Animal Sanctorium. It's Effie's Big Gay Brunch, dude. So we move along here in other indie news. WXW has announced that Ricky Sosa Bang Bang will miss the 16-karat gold tournament due to a major career opportunity. And he's the European champion currently. And again, he's being eyed up by TNA. And apparently there's rumors that NXT's looking at him and all this stuff. So, yeah, I am not shocked. And he's got the entrance built in. So if he can work too, then that's just a bonus. But the charisma and the look and the entrance, it's all there. So They just got to capitalize on that. And the name. They can't change his name. So Ricky Smokes, he's going to have to change his fucking name. Brody Lee, because think about it. If Sosa shows up, you have Ricky Sosa, Ricky Saints, Ricky Smokes. Saints ain't changing his name. You can't change. You can maybe change Sosa to like something else Sosa. Jimmy Sosa or something. But again, at the same time, like, do you want to do that? Speaking of name changes, someone who famously switched his name back from Luke Harper was Brody Lee, and his son, and RIP to Brody Lee, his son Brody Lee Jr. is at GCW, and he is cutting a promo here on Joey Janela, I want to say. Let's
Brody Lee Sr., the late great. That's the limit.
Thank you, Rochester, for that. You know, it is so great to be back in my hometown of Rochester. So many great things have come from Rochester. You know, let me name a few. Garbage plates.
Big pop.
Wegmans. But most of all, I love the wrestling scene.
Okay, quit pandering, you pandering fuck.
Hey, give it up for the Blade.
He's a kid.
You know, this guy's been dominating the wrestling scene since the 80s.
So, okay, he's with the Blade. I thought that he challenged Joey Janela. Maybe that's in the bookmarks too, but I'm pretty sure he's going to have a match against Joey Janela.
There's some very strict rules in New York. I don't make them. But I don't think New York realizes who I am. I don't think New York realizes I'm a GOAT. I don't think New York realizes I'm a legend. I don't think New York realizes I'm the cluster champion.
He's good. He has like a rhythm and he can follow a beat and he can, you know, bring the crowd with him, feed into the crowd and find the flow of it and everything really well already for his age. So that's good. Obviously it's kind of cringe because it's just a kid talking shit. And if it was in like a full grown man's voice, you would be like, all right, this is fucking, he's actually good.
Mom might have got mad.
But before I leave,
he's good for a kid. You know what I mean?
Give it up for the Blade one more time. Hey, if you keep up the hard work, you'll be on my level soon, kid.
Okay, so good for him. Shout out Brody Lee Jr. And all these sickos are itching to like see him in a fucking death match or something. I don't really understand. Schlack has won the vacant CZW Ultra Violent Championship. Speaking of death matches, so CZW brought back the Ultra Violent Championship, and Schlack won it. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar. I got to be honest. So MLW, we talked about before, in Atlanta's own Teddy Long, Holla Holla Playa, will make his return to center stage Saturday, March 14, when MLW hosts a Fusion TV taping. You guys can get your ticks. And yeah, Teddy Long making the rounds here. Speaking of making the rounds in GCW, Josh Barnett announces that Pete Dunne made his Bloodsport debut last year, and the Bruiserweight had so much fun playing Kill or Be Killed, he just had to come back. So Pete Dunne is returning to Bloodsport, which rules. He is currently playing Rio or Bravo. Which one is he? Is he Bravo? Doesn't matter. He's with El Grande Americano, a.k.a. Ludwig, allegedly. And he's going to go back and do his Bruiserweight shoot style, whatever the fuck, in GCW. And it's cool that WWE is letting people do this. And, you know, if the El Grandes are involved at Mania, he'll probably have like a run out or something. But does that equal like a bigger payday and shit these days? I don't know. Some of the wrestlers were talking about how the paydays and shit don't work the way they used to. But you got to think when you go to Saudi, or especially when you go to Saudi, there's got to be a bump, no? I don't know how it works, but this is just an extra payday, or unless he could just be doing it for the love of the game and to hook Josh Barnett up, but it's not like he doesn't have a good little thing going on. So shout out Pete Dunne, and that's awesome. A great addition of Bloodsport again. Speaking of indie wrestlers and former WWE talent, well, I guess Pete Dunne's a current one. Allegedly, again, I mean, hey, he might be working behind the scenes. He might be Rio. He might be Bravo. I don't know. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery. But Trevor Lee takes shots at indie wrestlers after Cody Rhodes' physique comments. Okay? So Trevor Lee, what was his name again? Cameron Grimes. Right. And Rhodes joked the locker room could benefit from a throwback style bodybuilder performer. Now you have that in Hobbs, or pardon me, Keys. You have that now. And you have that in like an Obafemi type guy. And yes, pro wrestling, if it did get back to larger than life superhero looking motherfuckers, they would benefit greatly from that. I think everybody agrees. So Trevor Lee had this to say. Well, here's the quote. I know you'd hate this and hate working with them, but I'm looking for us. This is what Rhodes had to say. But I'm looking for us to get some jacked up bodybuilder dudes again. The real 90s style. Need them. The ones that all the boys can't stand. Just somebody where you look at them and go, look at that look. And then we all have to figure out how to work with that. I'd say that's something that's missing in WWE right now. The old legit bodybuilder type. Like, look at him. He just looks great. And I'm sure he's talking about, or was he talking about Gunther there? Doesn't matter, okay? And then Trevor Lee responded directly in the replies to Ringside News' posts, and he said, imagine independent wrestlers working out, or he quote tweeted it and sort of took a jab. Now, I don't know if that's the move or is he just being tongue-in-cheek and being funny? You know, and you're allowed to have smart ass quips, but he's not known, like Trevor Lee's known for having like crazy X Division matches. He's not known for being a body guy, a body yaddy 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 guy. You know what I'm saying? So at least someone's keeping it real. In Nuge news, or let's keep it on the topic of let's go to Nuge news, and then we have some like former WWE legends type shit. So Boltin Oleg has defeated Tomohiro Ishii to become the new New Japan Pro Wrestling strong openweight champion, the 8th man to ever win this title. So shout out Boltin Oleg. He won the strong title, but someone who's not having a good run of things, Aaron Wolf. He was eliminated from the New Japan Cup in the first round, losing to Don Bad Luck Fale. Now, again, I don't know shit about New Japan. This isn't a fucking dirt sheet. I'm not here to tell you what is going to happen. I'm here to fucking mark out about what could happen and weigh all the options and just chat you guys up. There's a lot to unpack here about the world of pro wrestling. So that's my job. And all I'm saying is this. Does this not look like there's heat on this motherfucker? He gets eliminated from the first round. He's wrestling in a shirt. Dave Meltzer ridiculed his fucking body shamed him. And then he lost to Ren Narita in 2 minutes after having that weird, funky garbage match. It was like a schmoz match. Every second was like a different fucking gimmick, you know, that House of Torture were pulling. And he wins over Evil, who's leaving anyways. So Evil loses. He wins this title. Then he gets squashed by Ren Narita. And then he fucking loses to Don Fale, who, again, no offense, but like Bad Luck Fale was peak during that era of Bullet Club there for a while, like when Finn Balor was there, Finn Balor left. I think like Gallows and Anderson were there. You know, he was a big heater. He had the mohawk going. He was doing his thing. And then they sort of broke up into sub-factions. And then that's when Fale kind of filleted off. No, he didn't fall off. He's just, you know, he's sporting a gray beard and shit. I think he's just a little bit older, and he was always a big dude. So I'm sure the style of wrestling took a bit of a toll on his body, but he can still go. But to lose to Fale, like you'd think Aaron Wolf would beat Fale and then continue, especially in the first round of this thing. But he got fucking beat, and everyone's sitting here like Gato doesn't like this guy or something. And I mean, yeah, we just got to continue tracking this, because I know I said that a while back, and I hope it's not true. Aaron Wolf, I'm not sitting here like he's the next Kurt Angle, but that's how Dave was hyping him up at first. The future of New Japan. You got to build this guy up, Brian. And then look, they're just fucking burying him for whatever. I don't know if this is necessarily being buried, or if they're like, he's a young lion. We do things differently here. We're going to fast track him into a title and have him beat a guy who's leaving for possibly the Fed. And then we're going to like humble him, knock him down a few steps, and then like build him up the correct way. And we only did the shock and awe thing for Wrestle Kingdom. If someone came out and explained that, not that I need them to, or if we see that trajectory, that path start to happen, then okay, we'll revisit this and go, maybe he wasn't getting buried. But as of right now, it's like, what the fuck? You think for sure they'd have him beat Fale, of all people, in the first round of this thing. So just something to keep our eyes on. And another thing that caught my attention, women's wrestling in Bolivia, folks. So I don't know. Someone play this clip, send this clip to Jim Cornette, and let's get his reaction on it. But let's take a look. They're in Bolivia. These ladies are going. Oh, she just Vader salted. I didn't know Manami Toyota lived in fucking Bolivia. Look at that shit. Oh. Damn. So looks pretty good. These ladies are looking pretty profesh, you know? Let me see here. Kevin Pierpont's been a member for 10 months. Thank you guys so much. You can gift memberships or get a membership. It's only 99 cents. All of the memberships are so fucking fun. We watched Raw the last couple. I did a chamber review, and I don't know. What do you guys want to do this Monday? We could do botches and spa. Well, it just depends. We play it by ear. We figure it out as we go. And yeah, thanks so much for your guys' memberships and whatnot. I love seeing all the green in the chat. And even if you got to take a month off or you got to re-up or whatever, that's all good too. I love you guys equally. Hit the like, subscribe, leave a comment, all that shit. Appreciate you guys. Okay, so we got a lot tonight. I'm telling you, I'm cruising through this. We got so much, especially in the WWE news. So in WWE Legends news, this almost needs to become its own bookmark folder, I think. Like WWE Legends, or like Legends of Wrestling news, stuff that doesn't fall into the throwback folder, because that would just be rude to these legends. But, you know, they get in drama and they're at cons and these crazy stories come out all the time. And one of which... recently, Tony Atlas explodes on shady promoter in public altercation after non-payment dispute. So let's take a look here at what triggered Tony Atlas. And this is courtesy of Ringside News. So Salvatore Wrestling Promotions later confirmed that the confrontation happened openly and did not hold back when addressing the fallout. So according to a news tip received by Ringside News, someone in attendance, Atlas directly confronted promoter Dylan Hines at a venue after allegedly not receiving payment. And it unfolded in full view of fans, wrestlers, and vendors, turning what was supposed to be a routine appearance into a chaotic public scene. I wonder if he tried to wrestle your socks off, like that relationship TikTok trend or whatever that was going around for a minute, where you're like supposed to wrestle your significant other one sock off, or I don't know if you guys saw that. But yeah, they said, unfortunately, there was a situation. This is, I think, what's his name? Hines is saying this, the promoter. Unfortunately, there was a situation with Tony Atlas and his vendor had a public disagreement in front of fans. Okay, this isn't him, sorry. Talent and other vendors. The situation was embarrassing, and Dylan Hines will not be welcome to future shows. First weekend back in the business, and all of you are talking about me. So this is what Dylan had to say. Glad to be hated, as I'll be remembered. Tony Atlas is shit. The way he cowered down like the bitch he is. I am the most powerful man in wrestling. Glad I won't smell his stench again. Bye. Listen to the fucking ego on this, Mark. I'm the most powerful man in wrestling. The fucking egotism of some of these dirt sheets and some of these promoters and some of these wrestlers is super fucking cooked. Moving along here. So speaking of cooked, I guess Vicky Guerrero is like selling off Eddie Guerrero's old merch. Old merch, pardon me. Who wouldn't want to sell off old fucking merch? Pardon me, his old like ring worn gear and his old like memorabilia and collectibles and whatnot. And so she put a tweet out or an Instagram reel or post or whatever saying, this is from Sherilyn Guerrero. She says, my sister and I should be getting our dad's things passed down to us. Vicky has only used selling his stuff just to make money, not considering she has kept it from her daughters where we can't even have our dad's stuff. She sells it to make money. I have never sold my dad's things and only plan to collect them and keep them safe. There's more to this, but all I'm going to say is I don't support this. I will never sell my dad's things because little do people know my mom only left my sister and I with such little memoir of him while she's kept it just to sell and give away. I'm not staying silent on that because it's straight up not fair. Love that his stuff is being sold rather than passed down to his kids. Wait, did you catch my sarcasm? Because what? And it's just unfortunate that this is the narrative and all these stories that come out posthumously, not even about Eddie, but like surrounding Vicky and his kids and all this shit. It's just fucking sad. His legacy should be passed down to his blood, 100%. Perhaps Vicky as his wife, though, perhaps, you know, held him down when he was fucking on, you know, being held together barely, and views it from a different perspective. These like interpersonal dynamics, it just sucks when it bleeds over to social media. Especially when we don't know, but clearly there's like a rift there, and I agree. I wouldn't be selling this shit off. I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm a sentimental dude, though. Like, I'd probably hang on to it just and then pass it on when I'm done. But is Vicky in financial strain? I don't know. I don't understand why she doesn't have a job. Well, does anyone really want to see her on TV as like a GM or some shit? I guess they tried that in AEW for a bit, but it is what it is. It's sad, and I just hope that they work it out. And yeah, I would say their kids should get that stuff. Okay? Speaking of shit people should get, Davey Boy Smith's WWE Hall of Fame ring has been found. So Diana Hart shared moments ago that the ring was located at a pawn shop in Lloydminster, buddy, and is now being returned to Davey Boy Smith Jr. So Lloydminster is a border town between Saskatchewan and Alberta. I actually went to work there for a while the town was sort of being, you know, more established or expanded or whatever. There was a lot of work out there. And yeah, it was found in a pawn shop there. So awesome. Good thing they tracked it down in Lloydminster. What a place to fucking, that's where a fucking crackhead would pawn a WWE Hall of Fame ring. So that fucking doesn't shock me at all. Moving along here. And speaking of which, dude, we need fucking Owen Hart. Speaking of the Hart Foundation, we need Owen Hart in the Hall of Fame. Like, I don't know what has to happen. I don't know if everyone needs to rally behind it and convince Martha Hart, that's her name, right? Dr. Martha Hart, to fucking allow Owen to just be inducted and remembered. Like, you don't have to fucking, the old guard is gone. You don't have to like them. You don't have to agree with what they did. You don't have to do Owen Hart tournaments. You can still do them in AEW and shit. I don't know if WWE would be down, but they should really figure that out. He deserves to be honored. It's been long a fucking enough. WWE Hall of Famer Jimmy Valiant set for his final match at 83. So I just hope that Ric Flair doesn't try and beat that record, because someone pointed out that Ric Flair, the reason why he keeps talking about one more match is because someone else had a match when they were like 76 or something like that. And Flair's, I'm botching the ages and shit, I know, but Jimmy Valiant's going to go out there at 83. I hope he doesn't fucking die. And that's not even trying to be funny. That's dead serious. Speaking of dying, man, we have some MMA news. We have some funny shit, some unfortunate shit, some cool shit. It's a bit of MMA, TKO, WWE crossover stuff. And we've been covering some of these indie wrestlers who've been partaking in Power Slap. And one girl who I think has had more matches in Power Slap, if you can call them that, than most people, has been Hollywood Haley J. And she went viral again. So she went viral for knocking a bitch out cold. And now she's going viral for a crazy moment. And let's just take a look at this. She slaps a girl. The girl starts crying. Like, like that kind of crying. And then Haley J gets KO'd out cold. And let's take a look at this. So this girl ate that and she is tearing up, like quivering a bit. She's going to cry. Like, look at that. That's holding back a genuine, like, I will cry. Right? And so... And then she starts doing "you're choking on a dick." What? This is Hollywood. Talking that shit. Fuck you, fuck you. And unfortunately in Power Slap, that's how people have gotten over. Acting like they're beating up guys like GSP and beating up guys like fucking Hamzat Chimaev in there. They're these world beaters and they're not fucking... people getting paid 2 and 2 to get slapped in the face. Like anybody could do this. And then watch. Dead. Head bounces off the thing. Let's bring it back. Haley J's head. This girl was on Netflix. Okay. Head bounces off the table. KO'd. Look at her. That's like stoned face, no smoking. Look at that shit. What? That sucks, dude. Power Slap fucking sucks. And it's really, to me, a fluke thing. No, there's technique in slapping people. Yeah, a little bit, but it's still like... Fellas, listening. If you just put your hands down and let a woman slap you, they could fucking KO you. They don't need good technique. There's a chance, whether it's 1 in a million, 1 in 1,000, like... anyone could realistically KO anyone if you just let them hit you in the fucking head. Okay? So it's just really fucking stupid. And I don't even know how much endurance plays a factor in this. Because endurance, I don't really think entails just letting someone crack you in the fucking face. Like, yes, people train their bodies up and whatnot. And yes, it's good to work your neck out and work your jaw out and everything, so you can clinch down on those big shots, but just letting someone hit you, you could go down. It's like a fluke. It's like a roll of a dice. So it's such a fucking dumb sport. And that's why Jake Hager, notorious smart guy, Jake Hager has signed a 6-appearance contract with fucking Power Slap. Now,
You what?
I would not want to be the guy who would have to Power Slap against him. Let's just be honest. Like, I wouldn't. Am I saying he's going to win all his matches and one of these fat Samoan dudes won't sleep him? No, but he, at least we've seen him go to war. He's an undefeated mixed martial artist. He was a good amateur wrestler. He's a good pro wrestler. He's a solid hand. It's not like he's the drizzling shits. He's just not that. He's kind of cringe on promos. He kind of needed other people to keep him over type thing, if I'm being a little critical of him. But I would not want to Power Slap against this man. You know, he's got that farm boy wrestler grip strength. I mean, who knows, though? Maybe he's not good at torquing his body and throwing a good open hand slap. I'm not sure, but I mean, a 6-fight deal, people are like, this is stupid. Here's the thing. Paige Van Sant did it, and she did okay, and she made some money. And a guy like Jake Hager, he's going to make a little more money than your average power slapper, for sure, because he brings a bit of name value. And it's crazy. You'd think he would have, like, tried his hand on Dana White's looking for a fight and been like, hey, Dana, let me try and get in the UFC or whatever, right? Like, the heavyweight division is really lacking talent. And I'm not saying he's the greatest MMA fighter in the world, but I mean, 5-0 with a wrestling background, you might as well test him out. Might as well throw him in there like a fucking, well, I'm not going to bore you guys with MMA talk, but if like some of these guys can get in the top 10 at heavyweight, if like Tai Tuivasa's still not getting cut out of the heavyweight division because they're lacking names and he's lost 7 fucking fights in a row or whatever, like if Justin Tafa is still getting fights or whatever his name is, like you think Jake Hager, you'd be able to fucking make something work there. But no, he's going to power slap, and who knows what he's getting, 10-10. I don't fucking know. But again, it's a league where they're looking for indie wrestlers and pro wrestlers. And I would not want to get slapped by this man, but does he really need to do this? That's just my first thought. Like, they're not getting paid that much. Now, a new sport on the horizon that actually requires endurance, martial arts technique and skill, that actually requires some form of mental fortitude. And it isn't just, okay, we're going to flip a coin and then that monkey slaps that monkey and whichever monkey drops first. This is leg kick fighting. Now, the reason this works is because there's different ways to kick a fucking leg. There's inside leg kicks, there's shin kicks, there's outside leg kicks. If you want to get technical in MMA, and I'm sure there's no oblique kicks allowed in this league or whatever the fuck, because oblique kicks will fucking it'll just ruin your fucking career, you know, it'll blow your knee out. So I'm sure that's not allowed. But how you throw a leg kick does require a lot of technique, and there's different ways you can do it. Like, I don't think there's many different ways you can really slap someone in the face, especially with the rules being like you can't lead with your palm and stuff like that. So if you can't lead with your palm, there's not many different ways to slap somebody. With leg kicks, though, there's a few different ways. Like, there's guys, there's a dude, Pedro Hizzo, and I'm sure he does have good technique compared to your average guy, but he just throws these heavy clunking. Back in the day, he would throw leg kicks, but they were just these heavy, meaty clunkers, you know, because he's a heavyweight, and he just throw his fucking tree trunks at you. And I'm sure there was great he's a Brazilian fighter. I'm sure he had awesome technique, but compared to the fighters today, like the guys who really torque their hips and just get that fucking whip on those kicks, there's different ways to do it and be effective. With slapping, I don't really think that's possible. Maybe if you allow backhand pimp slaps or whatever. But let's take a look. This is leg kick fighting, and this is actually painful because you can actually mentally tough this out and your body won't just shut off. And you can mentally tough this out in the moment. So it takes mental fortitude. And then the next day you're like, fuck, you know, I regret doing this. Whereas power slap, I'd almost rather just be quickly slap KO'd. I wake up, my jaw hurts a bit, but I'm okay. Next day, you know, maybe don't sleep that night. I might be a little concussed. Fucking next day, maybe, you know, I'd maybe rather deal with that than getting my leg ballooned. It was a balloon. I'd rather deal with that than like have my fucking blood vessels all burst up in my legs and shit from leg kicks. Anyways, I'm rambling too much. Let's take a look. They're trading leg kicks. Oh, like that sucks. That fucking sucks. She's taking a gi off. Yeah, why would you even wear a gi in a leg kick? I would for sure wear pants though, and not shorts. I don't know how that makes a difference either, but Maybe softens the blow a little bit. Oh. And you're able to actually defend a little bit. Like, there's actually a bit of like defense. You can't do like the disaster, as it's known, and like check it and snap their shin, but you can at least like plant yourself a little bit. Way better than slap fight. Anyways, in UFC news, we got a couple quick ones. So UFC Mexico becomes the first UFC event in 3 years that wasn't a sellout. So for people who are thinking that the TKO, people just aren't buying ticket, WWE sucks. Does UFC suck? I mean, they have the cream of the crop fighters. They put on the best fights. They do. Are they out there going crazy with the promotion? Everyone says, oh, it's just WWE's marketing. Well, UFC has been selling out over and over and over, and they don't really, I mean, they do have good marketing, but they have a good marketing budget. But as far as like coming up with unique ways to market fights, like that's one of the biggest complaints about the UFC. And so in Mexico, the first event in 3 years that wasn't a sellout, the attendance was 16,454, meaning there was 3,500 plus tickets unsold. Also, the gate numbers were not disclosed. And I mean, it's not like UFC's done. And also there was a lot of crazy shit going on in Mexico. So I'm not saying tourism is this gigantic factor. It could be. I mean, Dave would say, well, tourism's a huge factor. If people who don't understand tourism don't understand fucking CMLL film marks. But ultimately, UFC's sort of having that. It's going to start happening to them as well, where they're gonna give Conor Benn $15 million and skip out on the opportunity to have Ronda and Gina, which like sicko fight fans want to see that. And there is an element of catering to hardcore fans as well, as opposed to just making fights as cheap as possible, as Ronda Rousey put it. And that seems to be what it's happening across the board with TKO. So they're gonna have to figure out how to please fans a little bit more with like what they're charging for these shows and what they're presenting and how they're presenting it and all of these sorts of things. So John S. Nash posted this. A new complaint sealing class action has been filed against the UFC, this time looking to represent fans claiming defendants have forced plaintiffs and class members to pay inflated prices in order to view pay-per-view level offerings of mixed martial arts events. So basically they're suing them, saying like they've been overcharging and they've been inflating prices for pay-per-view type events that are now just on Paramount, and they sell shitloads of ads on them. And I'm sure I just butchered the legal wording of that, but in layman's terms, more or less, it's fans suing the promotion for being ripped off, they feel. And who knows, maybe they just settle this. UFC just came off of a huge class action lawsuit with the fighters, where they had to pay everybody a bunch of fucking money. They paid everyone like $100,000 or $200,000 or some shit like that, who fought from 2007 up until whatever year it was. They had to pay every fighter like back pay or whatever the fuck, their fair piece of a pie. So it's not a good look for UFC, but yeah, TKO going through it, lawsuits galore and all of those things. Everybody go and check out Phil Marks Out, my other YouTube channel. That was Miscellaneous News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Sorry, guys, I'm still a little snotty, but I don't feel like death. So we're back. And yeah, I battled like a 2-week weird sickness. I'm not sure what it was, but it just evolved multiple times. It's the new monkeypox. So yeah, let's get into TNA and news. Let's get into it, ladies and germs. We have TNA news. We haven't talked about TNA in a minute, but there hasn't been too much craziness to talk about until this week, and so we are going to get into that. So ladies and gentlemen, banjos and guitars and motorcycles in the chat for Aces and Eights and TNA news. So on Impact, this went down here, and we didn't quite cover it, but Chokeslam, they had a guitar case casket match. And this is what happened to Elijah, or Elias.
Somebody goes
Chokeslams Ali. Threw a wood thing, then moves it away, and then closes the guitar case. Oh, come on now.
slam through the door.
That's kind of cheesy, so that was fun. Impact last Thursday, 200, and this is actually 2 weeks ago, 233,000.05 in the key demo. So, I mean, Rampage, it might as well be called that soon when Paramount gets a hold of Netflix. But a Collision, you know, they are doing like 356, and everyone's like, oh, it's the greatest thing. Dave's melting down. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And it's like not that far off from what TNA will be doing in like a year if they keep the trajectory they're on going the way they are going. In other ratings news, so last week it remained above 200K for the 5th week in a row. However, the 18 to 49 rating was tied with the second week as the lowest yet. Impact averaged 233K, unchanged from the prior week, with a dip in the key demo. Per Programming Insider, as always, these numbers do not include AMC Plus or Impact Plus. It needs to be noted. Otherwise, people are going to start fucking acting like, you know, some of this shit is doing better or worse than it actually is, you know? Moving along here. So some other things that happened on Impact and whatnot. Steve Macklin assaulted Tom Hannafan. So they were chanting before this happened. The crowd was chanting at Steve Macklin, "We don't care," and leave. So that's either really good heat or really bad heat. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about it.
Let's take a listen to this.
It's about the day that I opened that briefcase that said that I was fired. It's about my last day here and every person coming up to me in the back thanking me for everything that I've done for this place. Oh, you don't care, huh? So the other 2 weeks that you were kissing my ass online when I was fired, you didn't care. That day got me thinking.
Yeah, there you go. They don't give a fuck. And then he attacks Hannafan here. Could see it a mile away.
God, Jesus, Steve!
Why didn't Aiden English jump in there and fucking... Oh, other people did. Santana did. Okay. And then, okay, there you go. Then he shoves Ray Wolf. A very underrated commentary team in Hannafan and Ray Wolt, or Aiden English, whatever you want to call them. So Moose, he got kicked out of the system, and Matt Cardona was kind of roasting him on his pod on the Major Figure podcast. I think that's what they call it still, right? Yeah. And Cardona was roasting Moose for being kicked out of the system and still wearing system gear on Impact.
Moose on the opposing team system is wearing gear that says the system. Hold on a second. Can I just say something? Can we backtrack?
What?
Moose is wearing gear that says system.
Bro, don't even get me started.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Bro.
Moose on the opposing team system is wearing gear that says the system.
Moose.
That is a fucking L.
Who was so obsessed with getting gear that he would never match us because he would order so much at such a high volume. Gets turned on by the system and didn't order new gear.
He didn't have old stuff. This is unbelievable.
This is
like if someone
inexcusable.
This is like if someone kicked someone out of the NWO and the next week they show up at NWO shirt.
Yeah.
Bro. Dude,
Moose forgot he was kicked out.
Dude,
Moose,
bro, it's worse. This is Thursday. This is from Albuquerque and aired on Thursday.
Guys,
We taped 2 more episodes that he comes out in.
Oh no, 2 more episodes. He's in the system gear. Oh no, Moose.
System gear. Different system gear.
This is the most
He's like, I didn't wear it yet. I gotta get it in once.
ridiculous thing I think I've ever heard of in pro wrestling history.
It's like the time Trevor Murdoch debuted on TNA with a piece of duct tape over his WWE
Just sell them, buddy. Sell them.
name.
They're iconic now.
It's on par with that. Yes, I agree.
Guys, how come you didn't tell me about this in private? This is
Because
unbelievable.
it's so Moose that it's like typical.
I cannot believe this.
It's insane.
That's good shit, pal. So in other good shit, Eric Young is in the Arc Raiders game. I don't know if AJ Francis is trolling or is this really Eric Young in the Arc Raiders game. Shout him out if that's really based off him. It might not be. Yeah, people are laughing. Why didn't they tell us he was in the game? The fuck? I've been on the fence for that game, but now, people are just laughing. Yeah, so I think it's just a joke, but God, what an uncanny resemblance to Eric Young. They need to check in on some likeness IP action. They might owe him a fucking check there. Ricky Sosa, bang, bang, will be appearing at TNA's upcoming tapings in Atlanta next month. So shout out Sosa. I mean, just based on his entrance alone, he's the next guy that, and they need to do whatever they can to license, pay him, pay whoever. They just need to make sure that that's his name and that's his fucking music, and he does that entrance, whatever company he goes to. And if I were him, I don't know. Did he make his entrance song? I don't know what he comes out to, but you got to, because the crowd's just so loud going Sosa, bang, bang. You just need to, you could remix it, whatever, but he should get a cut of, let's say someone made that song for him. He should get a cut of working out deals with these companies to use the music, and just, he's got the entrance down. So we're all sports entertained already. If you guys haven't, look up his fucking entrance and you'll be like, yeah, oh yeah, this is going to go over in the Fed like so well. So breaking news, and we're going to pull up the story. This is courtesy of Ringside News and Sean Ross Sapp and Fightful. Mance Warner and Steph De Lander have quit TNA Wrestling. So I'm not sure why this happened. It's kind of, do I shit on them a little bit? It's kind of silly that they do everything as a couple. Like, are we trying to burn bridges as a couple and shit, right? Like, do you need to work where your wife works? That's such a luxury. And listen, Mance Warner's not a guy sitting there like taking any of this for granted. If you follow his Twitter, he's on there every day going, I get to fight and drink beer with my hot wife every day. I sure did. I'm grateful to God that every day, like, he puts tweets like that out once a day or once every couple days. I just get to show up, fight, drink a beer, like God's blessed me type shit, and it's true. You get to do what you love. He's got a name. A lot of people think that what Steph and him are doing in TNA is kind of cornballish, and him with the painted face and the crazy, like, I'm a ripped up shirt guy and stuff. I don't know. I like old Mance where he was just had a singlet, some blue jeans on, and he was just whooping your ass. I kind of like that version better. He's exploring, trying to do new character shit. How much of that is his wife's influence? I don't fucking know. Is she as over as she was when she was with Cardona? No, but do they have names now to where they can kind of parlay all of that, and they have been in other shit? Yeah. Would they fit in AEW? I mean, sure, Mance has been on there, brawled it out with Mox. Maybe. Does Tone even want them? I don't know. But it seems like they move as a unit. And I get it. If they offended, and I'm not sure, right? Like, we're going to read this Ringside News article, but if people in TNA like offended his wife or something, and I'm not like accusing, this isn't an allegedly, I'm not fucking, I don't know. Again, I'm not allegedly. A fucking dirt sheet. I'm a fucking retard who just reacts to stuff, right? But like, did they offend her? Because it has to do with her injury. So we're going to read this report, and maybe we'll see. Maybe she'll respond to stuff. Maybe they didn't burn a bridge, but you know, maybe he felt compelled to leave alongside her because of something personal, but it is a little strange. Like, you're going to blow up his spot. And why would he blow up his spot and quit when they're on AMC right now? It just seems like not the right time to do that. But we'll see, man. I don't know. But apparently they quit after medical clearance dispute. So according to Sean Ross Sapp, both Mance Warner and his wife Steph De Lander have quit the company after TNA refused to medically clear her to return to the ring following an injury. But here's the problem. And I'm not going to just stand and get on. I tried to give you guys, I tried to defend Steph, SDL, and Mance a little bit. Let me try and defend TNA a little bit. If they don't clear you, then they don't fucking clear you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's on them to make that decision as to whether or not you're cleared. That's not your decision to go, I'm cleared. Oh, but I saw in other independent doctors. Okay, AEW. You know, they're not trying to do an AEW. Look at Danielson. Fucking can't feel his arm and shit like this. So he doesn't, you know, they don't need you to do that. They don't want you to do that. And also, I will say SDL with a $sign ho was tweeting out like, hey, can anyone get me help? Like, I fucking, oh my God. Did you guys see Darby just land on his fucking neck? Speaking of retards and hurting your neck and not being able to feel your arms. Did you guys just see Darby take that bump? That's what I'm saying. Like, holy fuck. He's lucky he weighs 12 pounds or that would have been fatal. Anyways. So SDL with a $sign ho was tweeting shit out like, hey, I need help. I have no one backing me right now, and made like a public thing. And maybe TNA got offended by that too, to defend them a little bit as far as who got offended and where shit could have went wrong to where we just quit, even though y'all are on AMC now. It's not really the right time to quit, I would say, but I'm not going to tell anyone what to do in their careers. But anyways, TNA refused to medically clear her. And De Lander has been attempting to make a comeback after spending significant time recovering. The situation escalated when TNA reportedly informed her that she would not be allowed to wrestle again under their banner, despite that stance. So did they say, like, ever again? Where they're like, dude, you can't ever wrestle. Okay, but can't she be a manager and Mance can wrestle? Or is she dead set on, no, I need to wrestle? Right? I actually give props to wrestling companies that are willing to do this and willing to say, no, we don't need you fucking, you know, we just don't need anything bad to happen to you. And again, I don't blame wrestlers or fighters when there's a reason why coaches in fighting can throw the fucking towel in. Your corner can throw the towel in because an athlete will go. Like, I don't blame Jeff Hardy for wrecking his body and doing cool shit to entertain everybody. What's his limitation? I don't know. He's going to push it, but it's not for the fans to decide. And sometimes it's not for the athlete to decide because they will push themselves until the fucking wheels fall off. And when the wheels fall off, unfortunately, in combat sports or pro wrestling, that typically means severe injury or death, you know, so, or being on pills the rest of your fucking life. And that's not a good thing. So De Lander was told that she would never be able to wrestle. Oh my God. So they did clarify it. Oh no. So they told her she will never be able to wrestle again in TNA, though she went to WWE spinal surgeon for clearance. Okay. So now I'm a little bit on SDL's team now. She went to WWE's tippy top doctor. If this is all true, if according to SRS, this is all true, and we're to believe SRS, she goes to WWE spinal surgeon. Spinal. I broke my back with spinal. My back's broken. Terrible Tyson. But she goes to WWE spinal surgeon. So you know it's the tippy top, the cream of the crop. And they cleared her. And then she goes to TNA and they're like, we will not clear you though. Okay, that might have been TNA going, we don't want to fucking pay you what we were paying. Maybe, because what would be their motive to go, no, you will never wrestle for us? Is it because she didn't take, is it an ego thing? Are there egos involved where she went behind someone's back and their feelings to go to the WWE surgeon or whatever the fuck? Is it because she went public with no one's helping me and I need help? Is there something like that? Hey, it's pro wrestling. That could be the case, but I do think it's fucked. So again, I'm trying to give TNA the benefit of the doubt here. However, it is fucked if she got cleared by the tippy top surgeon, spinal surgeon, for a neck/back issue that I'm assuming had to do with her spine. If she went to a fucking spinal surgeon for clearance, and then they were like, nope, we're still not using you. Now that's their prerogative. But in that case, I maybe don't blame them for just outright quitting. And De Lander said, my neck is 100% healed and I've been cleared by my surgeon to return to the ring. I need guidance from a medical professional to ensure safety so I can get back to doing what I love. I've asked so many times, can anyone help me? At TNA, at WWE, at AEW. So maybe TNA got offended by that. And we're like, listen, the best guy's not.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
And maybe they got offended by that, and they were like, fuck you, you'll never wrestle for us again, and that was just their cop-out way of doing it. I'll be a little conspiratorial here. What we do here. We're fantasy mark booking. And that, ladies and germs, was TNA News. Where's my banjo? So guys, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times, early access, uncensored, unedited shit. We have 270 watching live across X and YouTube right now. So check out patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times and consider joining up. Bonus Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, early access to pod, shit like that. Watch alongs of reality shows, all that good shit. So let's take a look at here what's going on in AEW. So David Finlay joining his War Dog compadres, Gabe Kidd and Connors here, to, I guess, continue the War Dog situation over in AEW. And are they putting 2 suites up? Yeah, I don't know. Is that the move for Finlay, guys? Maybe Tony gave him a way bigger offer. And then with Finlay in WWE, there's no guarantee you're like on Raw or SmackDown. You might got to go to NXT. And so does he want to go to NXT, get paid significantly less? Or you just go take the money, be used as a main guy. They do maybe win the trios titles with Gabe Kidd and Connors or something. I get that decision, you know? I totally get it. But Tone's bringing all these guys in, and who knows? It all just depends if he's going to book them properly, I guess, at the end of the day, right? So we got Andrade backstage with Bandito. They're building up to their match. Dynamite so far, I don't know if it was smart for MJF to be taken to the limit like that. I really don't know if that was the way to go, especially with a guy like who he's in there with. I mean, who does that get over? Just taking people to the limit all the time, and especially your world champion like that, doesn't get your world champion more over. It doesn't make people go, oh, you're a fighting champion like CM Punk. And here's the other thing. The Brawling Birds are about to take on the Iconics, right? If the crowd goes nuts for the Iconics and let's say the Inspiration go over on the Brawling Birds and it's like ultra competitive, then Tony Khan and the AEW sickos are fucking hacks. They're just hacks. It's that fucking simple. Because you can't sit there and tell me that the Inspiration aren't the exact type of wrestlers that Tone and the sickos fucking actively hate on. The sickos were actively clowning, and so is Brian and Dave, the Inspiration, when they had a match on TNA's debut. People shit all over it. So I want to listen to the crowd's reaction. They don't really seemingly give a fuck. And I wonder if this match is going to be some banger. And the Brawling Birds are actually really cool. I wish they would come up with something different than just, we're going to talk to you in front of a chain link fence or, equipment boxes backstage or in a stairwell. It would be cool if they came up with something different. But if they get taken to the limit and then the Inspiration win, it's a little cringe. No, it's a little hackish to treat them as though they're these serious wrestlers. They're the antithesis of what AEW claims to be. So they're trying to run their music back. So now they're stealing Yeeting from Jey Uso. And they're running their music back. And then the Birds take them out. And if the Birds, they need to win this. They need to just beat the shit out of these girls and squash them. I'm not joking. The Inspiration should get relatively squashed here. Just a beat down, but then doing the play our music back. So are they making fun of Jey Uso? Tone's really got to come up with his own shit here, you know? They got to figure this out a little bit. We're watching this match. Again, they're hitting all these moves and fucking the Inspiration. They're we don't bump around like this. Okay. Suplex. Now it's a tag match, right? So ref, get control of things now. Right? Do a couple quick tags. So just a tornado tag match, I guess. Is that what they promoted it as? Double clotheslines. So now Aubrey Edwards, do something now. Do your job. Okay. Now pin him. Good. Okay. Actually, round of applause, except for fucking do tags. You guys forgot to do the rules of a tag match. And I fucking said it before on one of the past shows. Listen, they need to fucking squash them if they're to be taken serious and they aren't complete and utter hacks. Okay? And thank God that happened. I need to tweet this out. That was absolutely the right booking choice. But why were the rules of a tag match thrown entirely out the window? 1 step forward, 2 steps back. You just buried the concept of a tag match, but then you did the right thing. There should have been a couple quick tags in and out. Crowd couldn't care less, though. Crowd could not care less, though. Unfortunate that that's the case. So, okay, let's get into news here. What do you guys think? Debut losses for 3 weeks, then maybe you get a W. Yeah, they just need to be if it's hey, we hate sports entertainment, they got to be they're sports entertaining and we're just beating their asses or whatever. That's the right move. The way they booked that was the right move. But all Aubrey does is spread her Vlam lips for Mr. Okay, that's gross. Aubrey did not do her job. She emoted the entire time, Phil. Yeah, it was a fucking video game. Just bullshit ass rules. I mean, you can't. Do you put that on the Brawling Birds, though? Should they have not been backstage and been hey, a couple tags in and out here? Maybe. They can't. I gave them more time to get their tags in. Actually, I took away their time. They couldn't get their tags in. Why weren't they allowed to tag in and out a few times there and at least just give it tag match vibes? I don't know. I don't understand. It is what it is. So anyways, guys, let's get into AEW news officially here. We've got a lot. Boy, do we got a lot. And we have got a lot of WWE news too. So let's, without further ado, let's just get into this stuff. Everyone all together now. Ichi ni sanda. Because it's time for AEW. So David Zaslav says the new Warner Bros. Paramount acquisition will create tremendous value for shareholders. We are excited about the potential of a combined Paramount Skydance and Warner Bros. Discovery that can't wait to get started working together, telling the stories that move the world round. Now, he didn't add the round part, but I added that. But you know, it got switched last second, as we've been chronicling it here at PWT. And it got switched last second. These motherfuckers are going to it was supposed to go to Netflix, WBD, and now it's going with fucking Paramount last minute. And it'll take some time, I think, to get everything done still. Like, this isn't the last we're going to hear about this. But in Hollywood, Zaslav's getting criticized because they're like, dude, a bunch of people are losing jobs. You fucking sucked, and you're getting this massive payout for all this shit. If fucking Paramount buys WB and keeps TNT and TBS and all that shit that everybody, like, they're going to keep the Discovery aspect, AEW's gone, guys. I'm fucking sorry. Like, it'll be gone. You know, I've heard rumors that they're talking to Amazon already and shit. That's all rumors and innuendo. Is that the truth? I don't fucking know. It seems like a safe bet, but can they even legally do that? I don't fucking know. WB owns an ownership in it. We broke down how there's rumors that they could own up to 25%. And I broke down on the show how technically we read the business jargon online. Like, technically they could actually own up to 25% without having to disclose it. There is somewhat of a loophole there, to where if it doesn't come across as like material gains or gains in their investment or whatever, then, like, if it's too low of what they're actually making off of it, it could be just chalked up to whatever, you know, to where they might not have to disclose it. So it could be more than 10% or whatever, but we'll just stick with what we know. It's likely around 5 to 9 or 5 to 10 or whatever the fuck, right? Again, Zaslav's been hyping shit up. He even hyped up, or someone else maybe with Paramount. Maybe it was Zaslav, but they were like talking about how James Gunn and the DCU is a valued asset and stuff. So they're naming things that they're interested in. They're naming things that are going to prove valuable to them as they move forward with all of this, or that they're looking forward to. None of it involves AEW. None of it involves AEW. And even before Paramount or Netflix was interested in WBD, even before that was even an option or a topic of discussion, it's not like WB was flexing AEW either. And go and look at Niccolo Piccolo's fucking tweets, okay? He puts it out. He explains it point by point. He's got a couple threads on this now. It will explains why and how, if it goes with Paramount, they're fucked, man, because Ellison's in with TKO and Endeavor, like, on a personal fucking level. These guys are all homies, okay? So it's just, there's no way that they go, yeah, this guy who's like shitting on us, their wrestlers can't stop talking about us. WWE's clearly focusing on AEW a little bit. Danhausen, Hobbs, fucking going head to head. There's a little bit of the all-in access that they did for WrestleMania this year to try and promote their VIP and shit. There's clearly tones on their mind a little bit. Trouble on my mind. I got trouble on my mind. So these guys for sure make fun of AEW behind Tone's back, and when they go out to lunches and shit like this, they're buds, and they're not going to want to fuck with AEW. So I just think it's completely cooked. At least AEW is. I don't know about the show The Pit. I don't know who owns that, but whatever's successful on WB right now, or WBD, or Crave is what it's called in Canada, right? Whatever the number one shows are there, I'm not talking about any of those. Paramount's probably very interested in those. But as far as AEW, they're going to be like, fuck off. You're done. And they're going to enter their Destination Pop TV, Destination America TV era for AEW. That's what's about to come up. That's why Dave is just groveling so hard over, these Collision ratings they're starting to grow again. And not even counting Max, they're doing so good. Like, everybody's so worried right now about that show going away. Dave Meltzer was talking about UFC. Oh, if it's a Saturday and there's AEW and UFC, I mean, who knows what they would choose to do. And he's talking about, like, if it came down to Paramount doing a UFC or a Collision or a AEW pay-per-view, like, that would even be a discussion. Like, that would even be a fucking discussion as to what they put on the air or what they're going to prioritize. It's fucking crazy, and it's delusional. And again, the delusion has not helped AEW. And what you're seeing right now is Dave and a lot of these dirt sheets, they're trying to help AEW, help the perception of AEW as if, like, it's been turned around and all this stuff. And now you see Tone desperately trying to revamp ROH so he can try and sell that. Maybe he's going to try and sell that as part of a package deal, ROH and AEW, wherever he goes. But he's only hurt the value of all of these things. And MJF can fucking cope about ticket sales are up and all this shit. It's all lies, and there's nothing palatable. And you have the people behind the scenes that are about to own anywhere from 5% to rumored 25% in AEW. It's about to be people who fucking love Triple H and love Nick Khan and love Donald Trump and love Dana White and love Ari Emanuel and love all these fucking people, and they don't like Tone. Okay? And that's just the truth.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
You can fucking chalk that up however you want. 300 people watching this show. You guys can watching PWT right now. You guys can fucking cope over that or accept that however you want, but it just comes down to more than, AEW's fucking you can make some profits off it if it's a low risk, easy to maintain. It doesn't matter. He called the wrong people bald assholes. The wrestlers melt down and talk shit about the wrong company. And unfortunately, this is what fucking happens. And it's because of the connections they made. Now, imagine if Tone simply had some fucking catering at that LA show. All those agents, Niccolo Piccolo and all these people who have been calling this shit would have been on his side. Imagine that. So it fucking sucks. If you're an AEW fan, it's shitty. And especially in the last few years where it's like, we're simulcast on HBO Max. We're also on Prime. We're not on Triller anymore. And now we might not be on any of that shit. And you guys got to make sure you get Prime subscriptions or whatever. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Imagine how much those fans have had to jump around. What do you do with the TNT and TBS titles? You spent all this time on those belts instead of, like, seriously establishing other ones. And they're all fucking jokes. So, more on this. I think we have a couple things more on this, but nobody's going to be talking about AEW. And Tone, we're going to get into his interviews here in a second. And he's just giving the same old fucking tired, trite answers that he's been giving for fucking years. For years, as wrestlers beg to get on the show, and they're bringing in the fucking Iconics and whatnot. Okay, so PWI reports that as long as Paramount's purchase of WBD passes the regulatory obstacles, their plan is to merge Paramount Plus with HBO Max, which offers AEW pay-per-views, Dynamite, and Collision Weekly. Paramount's purchase would also include all of WBD's cable channels, including AEW Homes, TBS, and TNT. Netflix had not intended to purchase the cable channels. So Drainmaker is posting this like, oh, what a good thing. They plan on keeping they will cancel AEW though. If that's the case and they want the Discovery side or however they have this ownership laid out, right? Like AEW's featured in the TNT sports side of things, but they're considered to be a part of they're labeled one way, but like who controls them or who's not controls them. That's the wrong word. They're on the Discovery side of things, which wasn't going to be a part of the deal or whatever, right? So now it's all included. That's the worst news that AEW could get, because that means that these guys who love UFC and WWE are going to be like, fuck these guys, even more than Netflix. Like that was somewhat of a, hey, Netflix is in business with WWE, so they might not want to fuck with AEW if, however, this weird shit works out where AEW ends up on Netflix somehow, or Netflix ends up with ownership or whatever the fuck. And that obviously isn't the case anymore, but even it was a bit of a threat then, but now it's like, no, you guys are cooked. So again, I always thought like Tone will just pay to keep it on TNT forever, even if they don't want to, he'll figure it out. But the more we start to see develop with all of this, the more that seems less likely. So according to CNBC, Netflix is walking away from a deal to buy WBD Studio and streaming assets after the WBD board deemed a revised bid by Paramount Skydance to be superior. Superior. Yeah, there you go. They just thought the deal was superior. And again, this has just been dragged along for so long and people knew this was coming. So Alex Sherman, the generic version, you're like Eric Sermon, the generic version, says that Netflix declines to match Paramount offer for WBD. We believe we would have been strong stewards of Warner Bros.'s iconic brands, and that our deal would have strengthened the entertainment industry and preserved and created more production jobs in the U.S. So again, you have everybody melting down about, oh, if Netflix buys WBD, Hollywood's dead. Even though it's like, nah, man, Netflix is working deals where if movies do good on their platform, they'll put them in for limited theatrical releases. Everywhere just does limited unless you're fucking Top Gun or something like that. Most movies nowadays get limited theatrical releases because nobody goes to the fucking movie. So they always work shit out where it's like you're in theaters and then you're just on digital after 2 months or whatever. That's kind of how it works now. But John Alba is upset about this if Paramount buys WBD. And John Alba goes, cooked doesn't even describe it. And the reason why he's saying it's cooked is because he knows the writing's on the wall for who they are friendly with, but it is better for the movie industry, according to all the Hollywood people and shit. So it depends what side of the fence you're on. If you're on like I consume and I am involved, like I have a vested interest in AEW being around because we were just co-opted by them, like John Alba, then okay, you're not going to like this. If you're in Hollywood or whatever, you're like, fuck yeah, they focus more on theatrical releases than Netflix will. So I don't know, but Tubi, shout them out. They picked up all of Cartoon Network cartoons, which I think WBD just let go or whatever the fuck happened with that. So we move along here, and Nicolo Piccolo had this to say. So this guy here, Hannibal Scorch. I'm Scorch, PFG TV, Scorch. You guys know PFG TV. I'm back. I'm Scorch. Weird news. You guys remember Weird News? So Nicolo Piccolo says, don't say I didn't warn you about this. And he goes, that would be my guess. So let's just read this, because a long time ago, Niccolo Piccolo was like, yo, it's going to end up with Paramount and they don't fuck with AEW, you know? So he kind of called it even when the Netflix shit was going on. And a bunch of folks were like, well, it's signed and sealed. Netflix was sending it out fucking letters about how WBD is going to join their shit, or they're going to expand their library. And they had Stranger Things and Harry Potter graphics made. And they're like, don't worry, your prices won't go up yet, and all this stuff. And then Niccolo Piccolo was still like, nah, I think this is the move to get it back to Paramount or whatever. This has all been done before, right? It's been told in the stars, in the sky. The Mayans foresaw it coming. And he was fucking right, because they're with Paramount. So the original George Capture says, damn, there's so much information that's constantly changing every day. So this is a long ass time ago, but Nick goes, it's my job to keep up with the fucking news, right? He goes, how do you stay on top of it and all? And he's like, it's my job, dummy. Yeah, no. Love you, George. It is his fucking job, though. So he goes, Nick, where would AEW go? Somewhere else. So it wouldn't be a part of the merger? That would be my guess. It's a cable asset with Max Sweetener. Ellison has $7.7 billion tie-up with UFC, TKO, and Ari advised through the Paramount closing. Why would AEW ride along? Guys, see what I'm saying? Like, they're in too deep, and they're trying to keep up a bud, and they're just in too deep with TKO, and to think TKO, what, they don't care about lowly old AEW and WWE. WWE brought in more revenue than UFC last fucking year. Okay, TKO is gonna ride or die for WWE, and that's why all these stories are coming out that TKO is unhappy, and they're unhappy they're just, everyone's trying to doom and gloom WrestleMania right now so bad and hype up AEW so bad, because it's all they've got left is making everything about WWE, so much so that fucking MJF even is sitting there doing interviews going, oh, if you want cheap tickets. And then you look at the tickets sold, and it's at 2,500 tickets. So you got cheaper tickets. You're selling fucking 2,000 of them in 10K seaters. Like, what does that tell you, man, about where shit's going? Like, what does that tell people? Now you guys want casuals to come and be a part of your thing after you kept it from casuals for 6 fucking years? And Niccolo Piccolo's like, don't say I didn't warn you. And then this guy says, victory laps to potentially go back to a monopoly is a poor look. Now, I mean, is it a monopoly? Everybody has to sit there and determine in their own mind if they consider it a monopoly. There's objective ways to measure that, but it's not, to me, it's not a monopoly. All wrestling's doing well. AEW booked themselves into a shitty position. Tony Khan did, figuratively and literally. He fucking booked himself into a corner, okay? And he booked his television into a corner to where no one gives a shit about it and no one's talking about it, and they're about to put their fates in the hands of people that Tony's talked shit about and called Harvey Weinstein Company and all this stuff. So they're not going to fuck with this guy, okay? And that's all on him. Is it a monopoly, though? I don't know. MLW's doing their thing. Why can't they blow up? NWA's on fucking Roku. Why can't they blow up? TNA's doing their thing. Why, maybe it's just another company's turn to pull into second place. Maybe it's MLW. Who fucking knows? But, like, it's not a situation where it's a monopoly. Look at all the indie shows. We covered it earlier in the show. Time Cop. Look at all these feds running shows surrounding WrestleMania weekend and week in general. There was like 100 fucking shows we read off on the indies. Maybe it's just someone else's time, man. I don't know. Maybe the 7-year thing, they talked all that shit about WCW. They were not nearly as successful as WCW. If you just isolate pound for pound, when during the Monday Night Wars versus the Wednesday night NXT Dynamite Wars, you know what I'm saying? They didn't even fucking, they're not even sniffing WCW. So I don't know, man. It's all kind of just blowing up in Tone's face. And Nicolo Piccolo says, best way to prevent Paramount from potentially canceling AEW is to say it out loud. Ari was Trump's agent during the Apprentice years. The Apprentice, guys, was one of the biggest fucking shows on television, especially the celebrity version. The Celebrity Apprentice did insane fucking numbers. He's advised Ellison for years. Colbert was canceled 3 weeks before regulatory approval. Do you want the truth so AEW isn't caught off guard? It's just all it boils down to. It's about who you know and who you pissed off. Tone pissed the wrong fucking people off, unfortunately. And it sucks if you're one of these like, oh no, it's a monopoly, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just MLW's time. Maybe it's JCW's time. Maybe it's TNA's time. If AEW ends up on like Amazon or some shit, they're definitely not number 2 anymore. Oh, but the money spent on the revenue, I mean, the money spent, who's going to give them a deal? Like AMC gave TNA what, 30 million, 50 million? What was the deal? I forget, but what are they going to get? Something similar to that? Maybe a little more from someone that gets suckered in. And then they have to try and what? Convert all of the fucking people who used to use HBO Mad? I don't know, man. It's a tough situation. So leaked audio from a company-wide meeting has revealed that Zaslav thinks it will take at least 6 to 12 months for the Warner Bros. Paramount deal to close. And he says the deal may not close. If it doesn't close, we get $7 billion and we get back to work. So do you guys hear this? If the deal doesn't close, Zaslav gets $7 billion and then gets back to work? Or what the fuck is he talking about here? It's crazy. This Zaslav guy needs to be studied on how he has worked himself into fucking failing companies leading to more money than anyone's ever made in mankind by failing. The definition of just failing fucking upwards. And it's all good, man. But this deal, if it does close, which why wouldn't it? But it could still change. Like Netflix could still swoop in. This isn't the end all be all. But these motherfuckers know what they're doing. This is how these business guys get their fucking money and their payouts. Like they figure out ways to prolong these things and get certain deals done. And Zaslav's worked himself into a situation as well where if he gets a big ass deal done, then he gets this huge fucking bonus. But if it doesn't get done, he stays on and then he gets his bonus from whatever the fuck or however it's worked out. He gets money either way. But he is incentivized greatly to get a deal done by a certain time. So, again, AEW, and we've said this from the jump, they will remain in the form they're in for the next, year, roughly, at least. They'll still be on TNT, TBS, all that good shit. But Tone's really got a year to figure this out. And so I predict a year of some of the most hilarious spurging you've ever seen out of the dirt sheets ever. So Paramount is now expected to own the following assets: TNT, CBS, CNN, MTV, TCM, Showtime, Adult Swim, DC Studios, Paramount Plus, Nickelodeon, HBO Max, Comedy Central, Cartoon Network, film rights. They'll have Star Trek, Gremlins, Beetlejuice, DC Comics, Tom and Jerry, Harry Potter, Citizen Kane, Transformers, A Quiet Place, Looney Tunes, The Conjuring, Mortal Kombat, Game of Thrones, Dora the Explorer, Mission Impossible, The Lord of the Rings, SpongeBob SquarePants, Avatar, The Last Airbender, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Dune 3, distribution rights, Minecraft, distribution rights, Monsterverse, distribution rights. Yeah, good. Get the Monsterverse off of fucking Apple TV or whatever. That shit pissed me off. You can't find the first season anywhere unless you get Apple TV or you hop on the pirate ship. But yeah, they're going to need to turn things around, I guess. AEW, right? Or else what's going to happen? And you're going to get guys like BJ Bethel popping out of the woodwork. WBD update. Amazon will make a major play for Warner Bros., the company, which recently purchased MGM and the rights to the Bond films, has shown different levels of interest in the company since WBD announced its spinoff earlier this year. It's expected to be a major bidder. A major bidder. So now they have major bidders for AEW or Amazon or Warner Bros. In general, pardon me. Okay. So no, dude, I don't think Amazon, I think Bethel's hyping it up because he knows that Tone and them are going to try and fall back on Amazon. But are they going to make a bid for Warner Bros? If they do, when the fuck did this tweet come out? I don't know, a week ago. But oh no, JJ says this is an edition of Age Like Milk, presented by Mr. 500K on Max himself. So Bethel way off, and Amazon never got into the discussion. I don't think so. Quite funny to see him fall on his goddamn face once more. We have attendance news. We have Ring of Honor news. Boy, howdy. Do we have ratings news, roster news? We have so much fucking news. Some funny news come out of left field. Some Tone. Sassy Girls 7824 gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Oh shit, huge support. Thank you so much for that, guys. You guys can gift memberships, become a member for 99 cents. Hopefully some people got those who really needed them and wanted them. Thank you, Sassy Girl, for doing that. Round of applause, chat. And shout out everybody watching. We got like 300. Run the likes up, hit retweet, all that good shit. TBS or TNT is where UFC is going to be on. Yeah, they could. They could. Well, they do it all on Paramount. So like maybe a fight night or some shit. I don't know. It would make sense. Why not? They have too much money caught up in the AI game. Oh, AI is great. I don't see Amazon buying into it. AEW with its current ratings, while not necessarily cancel immediately, is still high enough to retain. If they have nothing they are convinced is better for the slot. Same for Collision, weirdly enough. Yeah, no, because the having the live viewers, there's something to that. We're having, the rumors when AEW first landed on TNT TBS. Well, initially TNT, it was like they just want at least 500,000 live viewers watching every week. And then so like the fact they were getting 1 million or whatever, they were all like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, Bryant, right? That was pretty much how everybody interpreted it. And then that's why when they were doing like 800,000, it was like, well, they're still doing above what was expected. But again, those rumors of what they expected, like who did that come from? Dave?
Let's talk about it.
So moving along here, let's talk about their ratings and attendance and all of these things, right? Because some people say, AEW doesn't get promoted properly, and it's just WWE's marketing and their marketing machine, man. And so Nigel McGuinness posted this: passed on some pretty cool street art on my way back home this morning. Was really excited for what is sure to be another in the long list of the best pay-per-views in the biz. So somebody painted this mural of AEW Revolution, the Crypto.com Arena, March 15, Los Angeles, AEW tickets. And it's like on the side of a 7-Eleven. Or like a corner, what do you call it? Like a strip mall or whatever. And come on, guys. Someone made really sweet graffiti and then put Crypto.com Arena and March 15 Los Angeles, AEWTix.com. And like, I'm all for street teams and shit, although I don't know how graffiti works around the world, but in some places, it's highly illegal. Lock them up. Unless you get a permit or whatever. But I don't know, man. That's too fishy to not be like... Unless a sicko's like, no, we got to promote it. We got to do everything we can. Usually street teams is like, yo, slap a sticker, scan this QR code. We'll put up posters. But this is just like, come on, man. Who's doing graffiti and putting all the info of like where to buy ticks and shit? I just think that's a little... It's a little fishy. A little fishy. So we move along here, and we got some numbers here. So Switchblade posts to show you how much Nielsen juiced up the cable ratings. 3 of the last 4 Collision shows using the panel only measurement averaged about 600K viewers. So whatever Nielsen did, they also applied it to panel only. Now, fuck all the let's explain panel and all this shit. It doesn't matter. This is what matters, is that a motherfucker like Dave Meltzer was like, it's a disaster and it's so bad for wrestling. And you guys remember that?
It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, it's such a disaster for wrestling. It's just so terrible. And then now Dave is like, oh, he's like posting fast nationals that he has access to that are always way off now. So Raj Giri's pointing out like, okay, Dave likes fast nationals again because they're way off now, whereas they were more close before. Meanwhile, Dave hates Alfred Kunawa and calls him a fraud, literally, because the fast fucking nationals, but now Dave loves them, and now the Nielsen system isn't a disaster. Oh, look how good Collision's doing, Brian. How fucking cringe is that, dude? How cringe is that? You know, and it just proves me right when I go, dude, as soon as they fucking, and we all know this, he flip-flops like a motherfucker, but as soon as they go the other way, he's going to start loving it. He's going to start loving these new amplified ratings. And I don't even care to keep track of all this, the panel this and the fucking this, that. Just look at the number that comes out, whatever Nielsen comes out, we just gauge everyone's popularity based on that. It doesn't mean WWE's less popular or their peak is over because they don't sell out 40K plus tickets both nights at Mania. And meanwhile, Raws and everything are selling out and they're doing roughly the same numbers on television. And fucking meanwhile, AEW, you can't say the same for their attendance. And meanwhile, all we know is what Dave Meltzer and BJ Bethel have to say about the fucking max numbers and the fucking pay-per-view buys. Okay? I don't care about the panel, whatever the fuck, if it helps or hurts wrestling. Just give us the final number. What you guys tabulate, we'll compare them to TNA and shit, and we'll see what's going on. But apparently it's juicing up the numbers a little bit. And now Dave loves them. Okay? And we're going to roast that tomorrow night. DMW live every Thursday at youtube.com/ProWrestleClips. I've been thinking about switching the live shows to only the Times channel to spare replays and then just clipping it up on the clip channel, the main channel here. Although last time I tried to switch things up, if you guys were here for the member show, I used like this YouTube feature, like switch to members only or whatever. And I told the members a couple weeks ago, I'm like, I'm going to do it in 2 weeks or in like a week or whatever. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it next week. And then fucking I tried it and it was so bad. It just botched completely. I don't know what the fuck happened. But it was just terrible. It like created 2 streams and all this shit. Brutal stuff. But yeah, I don't know. We'll figure this all out together as we go. AEW presents Dynamite March 4. This is tonight. So this was a day ago. The update was 2 days prior, and they had 2,800 tickets distributed, and the setups for 3,400. I mean, again, total number of seats on map 12,000. So they're like lucky if they got a quarter of this fucking thing full. Their last time in El Paso County Coliseum, Dynamite did 3,669 distributed. They're not even set up for that many people. They for sure did not distribute the 3,400 fucking tickets. Meanwhile, MJF goes and does these interviews and goes, AEW ticket sales are up.
You fucking mark!
It's cringe. It's cringe. So AEW Collision last Saturday, again, 0.06 in the key demo. Average viewers, 365. So I think they're doing TNA in the key demo. Roughly the same as TNA in the key demo. 365,000 viewers. Oh my God, what a rating for Collision. Man, I don't know. Because Rampage was doing would do 300,000 and they said the same shit. Oh my God, what a bump in the rate. And then it just fell below 180 and then it just went away. So hopefully Collision turns it around. But again, even if they start putting up, oh, Dynamite's doing 800,000 viewers again, I just think if AEW goes to Paramount, Tone pissed off the wrong people and they're just going to fucking cancel it anyways. I don't know if there's actually any saving them now, unfortunately. So, MJF can spread lies about it. Danhausen removed from the roster pay. We already know that shit. We've been talking about him in the Fed. So, speaking of ticket sales are up, and I posted this. So, UTEP, Office of Special Events, free AEW ticket for UTEP students. Okay? And they're just giving away tickets. So, UTEP students get one free ticket with proof of their student ID and $10 all in for every additional ticket you buy. So think about this, man. They're running a deal. Okay, maybe we should look up like how many people, how many students are there UTEP? How many students are there what is it? UTPE. EP, pardon me. I'm dyslexic. Enrolls. Okay, so here's the number. The total student population is 26,296. So what are they looking to do? Convert 1% of people. Every student gets a free ticket. And then everybody subsequently, if they want to buy a ticket, they get $10 tickets. And then for each one. So let's say you want to buy 5 tickets, you get your free one. And then if you present your student ID, you get a free one. And then if you want to buy 5 tickets, that's $50. $10 per ticket on top of that. Trying to funnel people in. Trying to get casuals into the building. But I thought it was fuck a casual. I thought it was fuck casuals. I thought it was fuck the mainstream. I thought it was, oh man, we're for the sickos. I thought that's what it was. Now you guys are begging for casuals to come in and be a part of your fucking show. MJF spurging out during these interviews, lying, talking about we're doing better year over year. Sales are up and we have cheap tickets, so come check it out. Seriously, Excalibur's doing interviews. Seriously, if you've never seen AEW, come and check out. You would love it. Well, people tried that, and then you guys fucking ran them off with your cult-like behavior, dude. All the warnings and the warning signs people pointed out, and all the warnings that people like Eric Bischoff, who, by the way, is going viral. Even casual MMA fans are getting into RAF. And he is going viral and is garnering attention of the mixed martial arts masses right now. Okay, there's serious talk about Sarukian and that Goulas guy fighting in a fucking UFC fight, like a real MMA fight, after they got into a fucking brawl at the last RAF event. Meanwhile, Bischoff is doing that, and he just tried to give you warning signs. Uncle E's like, dude, I just tried to fucking warn you guys. Why do you got to come after me? Right? I'm just trying to tell Conrad that he can stand you all he fucking wants, but there's problems here and they need to be addressed.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Right? Conan was just trying to give good advice, and then Dave Meltzer is fantasy mark booking his fucking firing for it. Conan! Now look at AAA, which it wouldn't be in the position it's in. Yeah, it's because of WWE and Undertaker, but they were hot before WWE scooped them. And that's because Conan. So again, to make it about these ticket giveaways, I don't know if sales are up, but begging for casuals now? After you told all the casuals to go fuck themselves?
You fucked up! You fucked up!
I just don't know, man. I just don't know if that's who you should be fucking trying to cater to now. So moving along with the ticket sales, Dynamite and Collision, April Fool's Winnipeg, they sold 3,300. Now, when you pull up with a pro wrestling show in Winnipeg, man, you think people would turn up in droves for it, even if it was a WWE live event or something. I mean, 3,300 for a Dynamite, that's good. But like for bringing pro wrestling, it's not like they're getting house shows like they used to from WWE and shit. So like 3,300, I don't know, man. And then Jericho in Winnipeg, April Fools, Chris Jericho. I mean,
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yo!
I don't know if he should return here. I think that's a bigger L than him showing up in WWE. I've been willing Jericho's ass back into WWE as much as I can. I haven't given up, but I've also been pointing this out for a long ass time for a reason, folks. It almost seems too good of a troll. And if it doesn't happen, it's a huge L for Tony Khan. It really fucking is. You got to pull this off. If he's not back, I mean, when's Mania? Like if he's not back in WWE before this time, if there's still negotiation on the table, Tone, you got to just pull it off, or else this is like the only hope. Okay? This is his only hope, but I don't know if the AEW fans will take to Jericho. And I've said this a bunch of times. I know a lot of Fed fans are like, fuck Jericho coming back, but the thing is that there's way more casuals and way more WWE fans who are like, yes, bring Jericho back for one last run, than there are people who don't want to see him back that are Fed fans, and they want to see that more than the AEW fans. Like, I don't think AEW fans give a fuck. I think if Jericho comes back, a lot of them will be like, no, we're finally making strides right now, and we're going to go back to the Jericho vortex. I think they'll turn on him. So, and not in a good way, like go away heat type of way. So Collision ratings, the numbers on Saturday were down. So Dave was like, oh, the biggest collision ever against the PLE. Here's Raj Giri with a little more objectivity. He says Collision's numbers on Saturday were down from the prior week with competition from the Chamber PLE. Collision averaged 365K viewers, down 22% from the prior week. So, of course, Dave isn't going to talk about that. With a 0.06 in the 18 to 49 rating, down 25%. But still enough for Dave to be like, oh, it's so great. Okay, demo. Per Programming Insider, as always, these numbers do not include the HBO Max simulcast. Collision ranked number 40 in primetime in the 18 to 49 demo for the night on cable. Both the audience and 1849 rating were the lowest since Nielsen revamped their ratings methodology again in late January. So Dave is like, oh, it's increased. It's so awesome, but it's still their lowest. But year over year, Collision's up 30% in total viewers. Okay, there's a little year over year slappy in the face metric. But Nielsen also flipped up the way they calculate shit, not to write that off. But I mention it. I do it with NXT ratings too. The 18 to 49 was even. So I guess sort of proving that AEW is old guy shit. No. Last year's episode was also simulcast on Max and was head to head with Chamber last year. So a 1-to-1 comparison. They were down, but it is what it is, man. So speaking of tickets and whatnot, apparently an AEW fan got his Double or Nothing ticket straight up canceled. Now, this has happened to AEW events before where fans got their shit straight up canceled. And it's also happened where Amazon had to fucking refund everybody. And Ringside News asks, did this happen to you or anyone else you know of? And the event organizer has canceled your tickets for AEW Presents Double or Nothing at St. Louis Armstrong Stadium. Important update for AEW Presents Double or Nothing at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Hello, the event organizer has canceled your tickets for AEW on May 24, 26. Because the event organizer released them in error, you'll receive an automatic refund on your original method of payment within 5 to 7 business days. So people getting refunds, that's good, but I mean, Jesus Christ, AEW's already going to struggle to sell tickets to that thing. They're already fucking refunding tickets, or whoever this event organizer, is it a third party that takes the title of, if you look in the event organizer TM, you know what I'm saying? So 5 to 7 business days, depending on your bank's processing time. Yeah, that stinks, man. It's not the first time with AEW, and that's why they just give tickets away, and then that way that doesn't happen, right? Then that way there's no way for that to happen to fans. So Ring of Honor is getting revamped and hyped up, and Tony Khan is looking to get busy with Ring of Honor in lieu, or maybe in spite of the TNA TV deal announcement. He's like, I want $30 million for ROH. Think about this too. No one talks about this. Tone 100% never made a return on investment on, what did he give out for ROH? 20 million or whatever the fuck. Nobody clowns that. Like, nobody points that out. Okay. He lost his ass on ROH. And so The Observer writes, this Sunday's ROH TV taping in Jacksonville at WJCT Studios is a trial with the idea if things go well, it will become the permanent. The way Dave writes this shit, with the idea that if things go well, yeah, it's all an idea. It's a trial, and if things go well, it will become the permanent site for future ROH tapings. That's what you're trying to say, Dave. Tapings will be free in a small setting like the old TV studio shows that were staples all over the country and territorial area. Is that what they wrote, or is this what Drain Bamager fucking wrote? That were staples all over the country in territorial area. In territorial era. Not area, era. So the country in territorial era. All right, I guess grammatically that makes sense, but Jesus fucking Christ, does it? That were staples all over the country in territorial era. In the territorial era is what. Sorry, I'm going to sit here and correct Dave. That's for a fucking another show. But Ring of Honor, yeah, Jacksonville, it's free to enter, and they still didn't really fill it to the brim as far as every seat. I'm going to dissect it a little bit here. But this is actually a positive. Like, I'm actually, again, like, I said this a long time ago. Like, Dave and these guys spurg out about when people say, oh, ROH should be a studio show and all this stuff. And then Tone goes ahead and does
just
it.
In from Phil Marks of PWT.
Every fucking time.
He says,
whenever
I told you so.
Whenever people are like, oh, Hollywood it up. No, I'm not going to do that. Then he starts doing more vignettes and stuff. And everyone fights against it. Oh, man, you need to be more welcoming to casuals. No. And then now MJF and Excalibur are melting down and want fucking casuals to come to their shows. Like, come on, guys. You should have just accepted this criticism when it was valid, made the adjustments then, instead of getting a rude awakening later like everybody predicted would happen to fucking Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And so I actually like that ROH is doing this. Is it too little too late? You know, it's just a little too late. Possibly, yeah. Might be too late, but kudos for trying, I guess. So you take a look at this thing. There were pictures, and people are clowning on this. They're like, no words for how bad this looks. I don't know, man. I think that NWA was doing this with Power, and it was the right move. I think it's a bit of a throwback. Again, they have a chance to look different. Tone's obsessed with like the old school ROH, which I think suits the studio vibe better. But I'm going to criticize this show, not even for like, oh, there's not a big crowd. Who gives a fuck, man? Especially if you're making a play at TV, which is clearly what Tone's doing, or he wouldn't be doing this. I'm just criticizing it for like AR Fox showed up, which, okay, maybe he's not on Dynamite all the time and shit. So if he's an ROH guy, he's an ROH guy. But then like Okada shows up. So it's just what Tone was already doing with ROH. Oh, we're going to fucking take an AEW guy and just have him show up randomly. And your guys should pop for it and be like, we get this. And, oh, it's going to boost the... No. What would make ROH way cooler, Tone, make it completely separate. No AEW guys, no AEW presence. Keep the ROH guys off of AEW TV. Don't have it crossover. The pay-per-views are going to be the same. It's going to be Death Before Dishonor. And then it's going to be fucking Bandito and shit wrestling. Like, if that's his plan and Okada showed up, people were clowning it. That deserves to be clowned a little bit because that's what you're already fucking doing with ROH. Like, nothing about this is different. If he had Rick Abani standing at a desk with a microphone like on NWA Power, how they would, have the fucking interviews going on after the match and it's right next to the ring. That would be really cool. I don't know if that's what they are doing, but they have the opportunity to kind of take it that route and just restart fresh. And Tone's like, I know, shock appearance from Okada with an AEW title. That will make things great.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Isn't it great, Dad? It's like, fuck you. You have a chance to really do something new and fresh with this, like, new and unique. Well, it's not unique, but it's like we're going back to the studio type vibe. And then you just muddy it up with AEW cameos. That's not going to make the show draw. This is the problem. Tone, too early, got love for just bringing a bunch of people over. And he still gets love for, and these fucking... people who write articles go, oh, they really won the free agency. WWE needs to reevaluate their free agency. And AEW's winning the free agency war. And they still get people saying shit like this. And Tone loves the adulation from sickos for saying shit like, oh, they're winning by signing all the TNA guys and shit. And the surprise appearance and all this shit. It's very Paul Heyman-ish, like Jim Cornette used to say back in the day. ECW would always have a fucking surprise where a guy shows up and it's a surprise. Well, if there's a surprise every time, it's no longer a fucking surprise. And that's just it with ROH. Like, if you're just going to go back to, well, Okada will come and that'll make people watch. It's not gonna. Again, if people were going to tune into fucking Dynamite, they're going to tune into Dynamite. I said this a long ass time ago. If a million people are going to start watching ROH, they would have started watching it before Tone owned it. Don't make AEW the equivalent of fucking ROH now, or vice versa. It's just not going to work. So, yeah, it would be nice to see like a fresh coat of paint on everything. At today's Ring of Honor tapings, Tony Khan announced that Jacksonville is officially the new home of ROH. Next set of tapings will be held in 3 weeks. So it's just what people have been saying he should have done.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
I mean, what more can we say about this? I hope ROH turns the ship around too, but Tone's got to get out of his own way of booking. Just book ROH. Get out of the way of AEW. Okay? Fuck off. It ain't working. And I have little faith when I see things like the Colognes show up, because it's just Tone going, oh, the Colognes. Yes. So Eddie and Orlando, the Colognes, FKA Primo and Epico, also wrestled on the ROH TV tapings. So they come in, they put someone over. Oh, it's a shock. Former WWE guys. His rebrand of ROH is fucking, here's some ex-WWE guys that have wrestled in Collision and shit a few times, and they're just here in ROH. And for all we know, these guys are being paid by AEW this whole time, which we're going to talk about the roster in a minute. So they bring these guys out in Okada. It's like, why not pull an Evolve, feature all new people, essentially, or just like a bunch of people who are perceived to be sitting on the bench that people want to see featured more. And then you end up with people like the tag champs in NXT right now. You know, you end up with guys like that where you strike, and now it's like, okay, we have some guys here who if we're developing or whatever, but instead Tone just resting on his laurels. Oh, we'll go viral for fucking having former WWE and Okada come here and whatever the fuck. So just checking if there's any more ROH news before we get into roster news. So AEW was accused of ripping off NWA with the ROH studio concept. I mean, that's bullshit. They're not ripping people off. Okay, that it's like saying when Tone's ripping people off, it's when he's like blatantly, oh, we're going to spray people down with a truck in the ring and shit. That's a ripoff. When you're just doing studio style wrestling, I mean, you can't say it's ripping anyone off. This is something, again, he should have did a long time ago. So I'm not going to say they're ripping people off, but MJF, we talked about it a little bit ago, and he's like, unlike WWE, you don't have to sell the soul of your firstborn to get tickets to an AEW show. So remember when Dave Meltzer literally said, poor people don't like AEW? Well, I do.
Poor people don't like AEW.
And remember, he said richer people and people with higher IQs like AEW, and poor trailer park hillbillies are the people who like WWE.
Poor people don't like AEW.
So when AEW would gouge, and when they go to Australia and gouge people, and then they don't sell all their tickets, so then they have to do free upgrades, it's applaud them. When Tony Khan goes up to a crowd and literally starts a pay-per-view chant, it's boo capitalism for announcing attendances and gates like every fucking major sporting event does and every major box office anything fucking does. But it's a W when Tone gets pay-per-view chants going and when they are selling expensive tickets. And meanwhile, if the shoe is on the other foot, everyone would be like, see, fuck the Fed. They're only drawing more because they're selling cheaper tickets than AEW. AEW is the filet mignon because you pay filet mignon price for it. But it's the opposite. And now they're begging casuals to come watch. That's what you're doing by this. Unlike WWE, you don't have to sell the soul of the firstborn. And then this goes viral because people only care about MJF or AEW people when they talk about WWE. We've seen this time and time and time and time and time and time again. And MJF had this to say: it's called MJF. Ticket sales are up, bud. Ratings are up. Momentum is up. More people are talking about our company than they have in a long time. And it's because Daddy has the world title. Cringe. And they're not up. So year over year, you're down. Year over year, ratings wise, you guys are up in some aspects, down in other aspects with key demo and shit. So it's him just lying. Now, am I mad at MJF? No, he's got to sell the game. He's got to put over his fucking head. He's got to put over his thing. I totally get that. Okay. Especially as the world champion, and he's a scumbag. He's allowed to lie and shit. But again, he's saying this. Literally the opposite's true. We can objectively prove otherwise. And it's just to trigger a bunch of people and bringing up WWE so that people clown him and, oh, you're just bringing up WWE over and over and over and over and over again. Because that's all these guys can fucking do to get attention. And so Ricochet, allegedly, according to Ringside News, Ricochet walks back anti-WWE remarks after trashing the company following his exit, is what Ringside News reports. And then Stinkachet responds to this. And he was like, nah, dude, sorry for the scrolling. I thought it was right above. It was just below here. Pardon me. As above, so below. And Kingpin Ricochet here goes, see, misinformation. I never walked back anything. After being asked a question in an interview, I simply said I did enjoy lots of my time there. I stand by the fact I believe my wrestling legacy was tarnished. It's like, all right. And he did say he enjoyed lots of his time there. Well, that's good. Obviously you did, because nobody would fucking know who you were if it wasn't for your time in AEW. And we are going to get into, roster stuff, funny stuff, injuries, a little bit of Tony Khan and whatnot. Guys, patreon.com/pro wrestle times. I'm just chugging some water down. We'll get it into more news. Thunder Rosa is so bad. The limitations on physical assets. Rosa looks slow. Yeah, well, she had a bad injury and she's been on the fucking on the bench for a long time. So let her work out the ring rust. Goddamn, she's just here to do a job, kid. MJF is an AEW lifer. I don't know about that. I really don't. Delusion is at an all-time high. It's like the Shermanator. Confidence is high. In American Pie, confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high, but with delusion. I seem to recall that Thunder Rosa was good. What happened? Just age, bud. Tax write-off? The national championship is a ripoff. Thank you. That's a better, more one-to-one if you want to make it about NWA, right? Thank you for that. AEW with $1 billion budget, ROH with a $5.5 million budget. Yeah, so Tone McCann is happy with where things are at, and he talks about the roster a little bit, and we're going to sort of dispel some of this stuff. We're going to look at the roster's reaction, and we're going to some of this shit and some of the booking and some of the handling of stuff and them taking to Twitter and whatnot, and also new signees, all of that stuff. But first, Tony Khan talks about his roster and the current state of AEW. And so Tone responded to this guy here with some bullshit answer coping.
What do you think is the biggest misconceptions fans have about that creative freedom or that creative control?
Now listen to this question. He says, what do you think is the biggest misconception fans have? Well, Tone, your detractors and your haters point out that everyone has creative control. So are they fans? I don't know. But the sickos and the real diehard AEW fans, it's a positive, and it should be considered a positive if the boys have creative control. RVD said it best. I thought that was the whole point of AEW. It's for the boys to have fucking creative control.
What do you think is the biggest misconceptions fans have about that creative freedom or that creative control?
There's no creative control. Only I have it. No wrestler has that. And there's a lot of freedom to work with the staff and the coaches and the wrestlers together.
So that's like the most, if Vince McMahon or if Triple H said that same fucking answer, everyone would be like, oh man, it's fucking. And thank God there's enough wackos out there to point this shit out. But Tone, like, no one has creative control. I mean, you guys can work with creative. Meanwhile, we're on the other show. Punk is coming out to the bullshit, and has all of his friends getting signed. And they're coming out of boxes and shit.
There's a lot of freedom to work with the staff and the coaches and the wrestlers together and come up with ideas. And I am one of the most collaborative people on the planet.
What do you?
It's crazy when people say that they can't even get a word in with you. You're one of the most collaborative people on the fucking planet. And we're going to see wrestlers be like, dude, collaborate with me. I need fucking a job. You know, I need to do work. Right? And Tone ain't helping people. We're going to circle back to what Callum Newman had to say, who's a New Japan guy. But and this video won't fucking pause for whatever reason.
Well, I think there's a huge opportunity.
I'll mute it. But as far as being a challenger league, Tony Khan spouts off the same old shit. We're a challenger brand. We're the biggest since the AFL. Or whatever the fuck. And this is like 5-year-old rhetoric that he was putting out there. 3-year-old rhetoric. And it's like, God damn, Tone, get some better talking points. Like, this is fucking old for you to be saying this same. Now, I get it. He's talking with Damukong Su. I believe he is a football player, if I'm not mistaken. No free lunch. This is pod. Credit to them. But let's take a listen to what Tone has to fucking say. It's just like old jargon and rambling.
Future in that growth trajectory. What does that particularly look like in your eyes right now?
Well, I think there's a huge opportunity for AEW in the future. We're the challenger wrestling promotion, and we've built something where we have a big audience of our own. As far as being the challenger league in a sport, we have the biggest audience of any challenger league. AEW is the biggest sports startup since the AFL.
That's crazy.
Which goes really far back in football history, pre-merger. And that's the last time the challenger brand in a sport had the market share of AEW. It's really exciting.
He's like the wrestling's fake,
somebody
right?
who loves wrestling, I love that AEW has been able to build.
I can't pause it. Literally, the video.
Where we're a very important part of our sport.
Chat's happy. They're like,
and
good. Don't
again,
pause
for
it.
challenger
Don't
brands in sports,
you pause too much.
You're always
pause
looking
too
at
much.
the industry leader and trying to find ways to differentiate yourself. And I think for AEW, there isn't another challenger league, if you look at all the sports, that has the kind of success and market share and sustainability and consistency that AEW has. We're coming off a year where AEW was
What?
Sports
Market
Illustrated's
share?
pro wrestling promotion of the
Sports
year.
Illustrated,
and
the
received the
jokiest
awards
fucking
for the best
joke.
wrestling show of the year
Oh
from
my God.
Sports Illustrated, ESPN, New York Post, Yahoo, all these great publications recognizing the quality of AEW. And for us being the challenger brand, that really speaks, I believe, to the quality of AEW and the audience that we built.
And Yahoo's got Marks working for them too, dude. And not Phil S. Marks, but like Mark Marks. This is cooked because what he's saying, because he I don't know, you just talk about the fucking market share. Like, what realistically, how much market share do you have? You're like a minor league wrestling promotion, dude. It's crazy. Like, yeah, you have more than the other indie feds because you have a lot of, or your dad has a lot of money, but is that the same thing as like actually having pro wrestling? Like, are you talking like you're eating out of the same pie that WWE is? Because I don't know, man. A bunch of these sickos could have just never been watching WWE and been watching YouTube clips for all we fucking know of ROH before AEW even became a thing. And speaking of which, you know, Tone, he always likes to talk about the Fed, all these wrestlers, and Tone likes to compare himself to the Fed. And then they want to partner up and go, we're helping New Japan and we're helping CMLL and all this shit. And our partnerships are great. But really, even in the world of like CMLL, it's popular. Every wrestling fed other than ROH and AEW is popular or seeing a bit of a resurgence again, and has been for a while. Why is that? Because Tone's the most hands-on with those. Even New Japan had a dip. I don't think it's all the way back, but they're at least kind of swinging momentum their way again, at least trying to. And they've sort of laid off of the AEW is co-promoting with us type shit. But even though they still feature, they have a partnership. So the presence is there. But either way, speaking of New Japan, Callum Newman feels AEW has not done anything for New Japan, doesn't think their talent can step up to New Japan's. And again, you have guys who say this shit and then they just show up in AEW. So I pointed this out. If you guys go way back, I pointed this out with Gabe Kidd. And I said, look, the only reason he's allowed to shoot on AEW the way he is because he's Kenny Omega's guy and Tone's in on it. When Tone is in on it, it's okay. If he's not in on it, it's not okay. So they've had a couple guys shit on AEW from over there. They just get scooped up by AEW. Is Callum Newman the next one? This is Bruv's guy. Okay, this is Osprey's guy. So he's allowed to talk shit about AEW. He's going to be the Nuge guy to go, rah, rah, New Japan. Fuck AEW. And then he's just going to get scooped up like quicker than Alex Windsor, right? So let's read what he has to say. But as we've chronicled here at PWT, not a dirt sheet TM. I just point the shit out, man. This motherfucker's going to end up in AEW. I'm willing to bet on it now. Third time's the charm. What does he end up in the Fed? Not that anyone's like itching to see Callum Newman. But this guy's working right now. He goes, yeah, bruv. I don't even know what his accent's like, but I don't think AEW has done anything for New Japan. He'll be a proper Brit. That's just how I feel. A lot of our guys go to fucking terror. I'm a hack to AEW, and they're just kind of there like they don't get it. We're not used to as the stars we are because New Japan has the best wrestlers in the world, like pound for pound, and in technicality, we're the best. So he made a point to really get across pound for pound in technicality. New Japan does a lot of good presentation and shit too. Like a lot of these guys' gears that they're wearing at Wrestle Kingdoms and stuff. Like this guy's got a main roster level jacket right here. This is some shit you earn on the main roster, son. Nobody in NXT is coming out with some flair like that. So he says, pound for pound, technically, we're the best. And in technicality is what he said. So good thing he just sort of, because like, yeah, I mean, you guys are hard hitting, and technically a lot of you guys can like Zack Sabre Jr. better than some of the NXT guys. But, you know, you got guys like Tavion Heights and shit who would beg to differ. But anyways, he says we might not have the greatest production in the world. So he's just being very honest here. We might not have all the pyro and all the screens and stuff, but you put us in a ring, we're the best in the world, and I don't even think AEW can step to us. Oh shit. That's genuinely how I feel. I don't think anyone in AEW can do a G1. So this is what people say about Logan Paul. So is this guy coping a little bit? I don't know. Like, this is what AEW fans say about Logan Paul. And Dave said that. He couldn't do a G1 like Kenny Omega. I think Logan Paul could. I've said this before as well. I think he's a guy that if you challenge him with something, he will put his money and YouTube money, resources, and time and efforts behind, I'm going to achieve this fucking thing. So you got to give him credit for that. And he says, I don't think anyone can do a tag league. They're more than willing to try, but just so you know, you can come and step to me. I will smoke you 100%. Is that a threat? Lock him up. No, yeah, so Callum Newman taking shots. He's going to be the next guy, though, that Tone is in love with. And you already know he probably is because of Bruv, so don't take anything that dude's saying too seriously when it comes to that shit. Something Tone should be focusing on, though, is himself and his own roster, and he should take his own fucking roster seriously. So here's roster AEW news. And this guy here, The Butcher, he tweets this out and says, and he's been posting pictures of himself in shape. Again, what have we chronicled here at PWT? Angel Ortiz does the same thing. I'm in the best shape ever. I would love to get booked. How many people? Deonna Purrazzo's got a tweet out. I'd love to get booked. Hey, Britt Baker's got to do red carpets. I'd love to get booked. Everybody's going, I'd love to get booked, Tone. You signed me 1 million years ago for 1 million years, and now you're not using me, and that was the fucking promise. So The Butcher says, last time I wrestled an AEW match was 1 year and 7 days ago. Would love to. And then we just saw the fucking Blade in GCW. So it's like they're both ready to go. Why aren't they fucking being here? It's crazy, man. And this guy goes, would love to get back out there with the Blade or even just myself. So The Butcher of The Butcher and the Blade is like, yeah, I would even just love me to get out there and do something. You know what I mean? Like, how many people got to do this? Best shape of my life and no dance partners. So Penelope Ford seemingly just got re-injured during the women's tag title match doing a moonsault. So AEW snipes even Drainmaker, fucking Tone's best friend's burner, gets sniped. And Penelope Ford doing the same fucking moonsault that she hurt herself on before. And the reason this got pulled, AEW pulled this, is because nobody caught her. Everyone pulled a Miz and just moved away from her, and she fucking re-injured
Let's
herself.
talk about it.
Wrestling's not fake!
Why? So Harley Cameron deactivated her Twitter, and I don't know why she did that. She was dropping those videos like, hey, I can sing, I can do cameos, I'm a puppet, and all this stuff. Or I can do ventriloquist is the word I'm looking for. Puppeteering. She just got rid of her Twitter, or deactivated for a bit. Maybe she's just taking a break. I don't know if she got into it with sickos and whatnot, or with fans. But Zayda Steele got into it with JJ Alexander, friend of the show, JJ Alexander. I recently did White Heat. Make sure you guys check that out. It was a preview show for Chamber, actually, so maybe just ignore that and get out. But friend of the show. So this person tweets out, Zayda stocks her up. Scoop number 16, Mina Shirakawa versus Zayda Steele. JJ just buries Zayda Steele. And I forget, he fucking snapped and went off. And I was laughing so hard on White Heat. JJ went off on a wrestler. I forget who. It's someone in developmental. And he just fucking lost it. It was amazing. That part's worth listening to. And I just laughed. I couldn't even disagree with him. It was just too funny. But he said she went from working in front of 300 people at the PC to working in front of less than 100 people in a PBS studio. Ooh, here's the thing. I don't know if the PC holds 300 people, but is it more, and are they more rabid and shit than these fans? Yeah, for sure. I don't get why everyone's hating on the ROH studio thing. Am I the only one who likes it? I kind of like it. I think if it's booked correctly. I pointed out what I didn't like with the Okada thing. I digress. JJ says, you know nothing of how stocks nor popularity nor fucking math actually works. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Ooh, and then hit him with the tagline, bitch, shut the fuck up. That's JJ's tagline, which is very vicious to just be like, bitch, and then a shut the fuck up. You're calling them a bitch, and then you're just fully dismissing them. Savagery. And so Zayda Steele responds directly to him, dude. And goes, she said, I wrestled in front of 300 people at the PC. Wow, that's news to me. Anyway, and that's the thing. I don't think it's 300. Let's ask AI. How many seats are at the NXT PC for NXT TV tapings? What's capacity is maybe what I should have wrote. Well, it says generally around 300 to 500, so maybe JJ, come on down, he was cooking. Ding, 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 ding. Nailed it, spot on. So if he's right, if you Google it. But she could also be saying, like, dude, I wrestled in Evolve. So in Evolve, there was only 10 people or whatever. Yeah. In Evolve, there was less than the ROH. Maybe that's what she's trying to say in defense of her. Fence it and Phil. I try to be objective here, give everybody their due. But because I like Zayda Steele, I think that in AEW/ROH, and now I'm going to get heat for this because I have JJ on my show probably, and you know what I'm saying? They're going to think I'm piling on, but I think she's kind of overdoing what she learned at the PC a little too much. You know, I think she would have benefited more from just a little more time there and Evolve and whatnot. And then I think it would really kind of click. But her in-ring work is fine, and at least she's trying to be charismatic and give more of a character and flavor in AEW. It's lacking that. Most people are generic. It's just everyone wrestles good, you know? Davis and Doyle rule, but realistically, what's the difference between fucking either of them, and what's the difference between either of them and Hangman Page? They do cool moves and they're real fucking stiff. You know, they do the strong style or whatever. Like, what? You got 10 of those guys like that. So I like that Zayda's bringing something different personally. And so, but again, me and JJ have historically argued about development talent. It's like one of our fucking main arguments as far as like fucking who is going to be over, who's good, who isn't. Obafemi fucking, he just melted down about another one. So he's very, very strong. And I would say more old school and more stern towards this newer generation of wrestlers, you know? But either way, and he trained with motherfuckers like Justin Credible and Tony DeVito and shit. So it's, you know, he's probably got a more old school mentality for sure. But either way, Zayda Steele says, I wrestled in front of 300 people at the PC. Wow, that's news to me. Anyway, I'm very happy where I'm at and I'm on my own journey. I'm sorry you're not investing in my stocks, which is kind of true, I guess. He's not investing. He's investing as a fan, though. It just seems like he's shitting on her, but I'm sure he sees the upside in fucking Zayda. But then she posted a whole thing. Are you investing in Zayda stocks? And then posted like a fucking thing directly in response to him. And man, she looks like $1 million. You know, she looks like a WWE superstar. That's for goddamn sure. So let her do her thing in ROH or wherever she's at. I don't think she cares. She was on the Indies before. She was on Evolve. She was in NXT. I think a little bit, right? Did they Kendall Gray her? Like, did she just have a couple NXT matches too? I'm not sure, but either way, this is like the level she was at, I'd say, in front of studio crowds anyways. I mean, yeah, they whipped her out on a Dynamite and Collision once, and then she is now in the Shadow Realm. Again, Billy Starks got quote unquote ROH over, but how did that really play out for her? So I don't know if Zayda's just looking at it like this. It could just be a play like, I'm super young, I'm gonna take Tone's money and then I'm gonna fucking dip out one day anyway. Like, my plan isn't stay here forever. My plan is do the AEW thing while I'm young. And yeah, I think also JJ kind of, he was jabbing more at AEW than Zayda. I think even though it might seem personal, he was more like, no, dude, you were being developed by the best in front of bigger crowds, or you were about to be in front of like NXT 300 to 500, according to Google people, right? And then you gave that up to be in this like shitty warehouse show or whatever in a PBS studio. But I think the PBS studio's a good move, dude. I think it's actually a good thing. And shout out Zayda Steele, I suppose. And that's crazy that she responded to that. You know, that must have irked her a little bit, but she put out that whole post after too. Are you investing in Zayda stock? And I certainly am. And JJ, you got to lighten up on these youngsters. Okay. No longer do we spank our kids. We just enable them and then send them out in the world as entitled sociopathic fucks. And look at where society is, JJ. It's much better than before. Okay. Let's go. So moving along, Chris Jericho talked a lot about what's needed, because we're talking about developmental here, and Jericho talks from the top guy perspective, what's needed. And he agrees with your boy Phil Marks and every other person with half a sense who covers pro wrestling in general, by saying that moves don't matter and we need storytelling.
When you are telling a story in wrestling, and I like long-term stories. My favorite ones have always been ones that last for months. And you have to be creative. So you don't have to be on the show every week. Both guys don't have to be on the show every week. There's always a way to tell a story that elongates it. I would rather make things go longer than shorter. And I always love wrestling fans, especially modern day ones, who just want to know the answer right now.
Guys, over 310 watching on X and YouTube. Hit the like button. I know that there's more people watching on YouTube than X, so make sure you motherfuckers hit the like button. Thank you.
Now, give us the answer. If I'm watching Saving Private Ryan, it's 3 hours long. It's a long movie. You better be watching and paying attention. And at the end of that 3 hours, then you can decide if you like it or not. An hour and a half in, if I go, this movie, they haven't even found Ryan yet. This movie sucks. This is stupid. This is too long. I hear it every day from wrestling fans. My thing is shut the fuck up and let me tell my story. When it's done, if it takes a year, tough luck. This show is going on for 50 years. It doesn't have to end in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So sometimes a good way to do that is
he's making the right comparison to movies where people say like, oh, at the end of movies, the heroes don't die. So John Cena's finish was bad. And again, I was saying the same thing a little bit where it's like, dude, it's not a movie. It's a sacred timeline. You know, it's comic books. It's just forever. It just is. It's evergreen. So Jericho understands that clearly. He's been over forever.
Take another person, take your opponent out for a while and continue the story and take a couple detours, but it still leads back to the overarching story. That to me is the brilliance of pro wrestling. We can tell any story we want and we can make it go as long as we want or as short as we want.
Yeah, he's right. And I think that's a testament to what like Seth and Logan Paul are doing as well. Because who knows if this wasn't always the plan, was to have them throw down at Mania one-on-one. Maybe not always, because of Dave Meltzer's erased whiteboards news that he regurgitates about when matches are going to happen. But yeah, makes sense. So moving along here, 3 CMLL versus AEW matches are announced for this Friday in Arena, Mexico. Mercedes Monea takes on Persephone. Because sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Megan Bain versus Olympia and Mina Shirakawa versus Zeuxis. So some names there. As far as Lucha's concerned, like they announced for 2K26, they're like Lady Sheena or something is being added. There's Flammer, and then there's like Lady Sheena is being added to 2K26. And it's like, okay, CMLL, I think, have the more notable, like Zeuxis, Persephone. We've at least heard these names as far as women's wrestling in Mexico. But otherwise, AAA is where it's at as far as like what the men got going on for sure. And the women are mighty fine there, but I think there's more of an emphasis again on the mixed tag division in AAA. The CMLL versus AAA war, pal. Lady Frost's AEW deal expires on April 1st, and it will not be renewed. She put out a post about her new journey she's going to be on and all of this shit. I think she recently got divorced too. I'm just bringing that up because it's a new journey in her life, okay? Everything's changing, and she's a veteran in this game. I don't know, dude. If I'm fucking AAA, if I'm TNA, and maybe she's been there, done that. If I'm WWE, Lady Frost has a cool name, a cool look, and is a really good wrestler, stays in shape. Like I would be, listen, if you're willing to hire 41-year-old Will Hobbs or 35-year-old, depending what fucking company he works for, or who's reporting on it. If you're willing to bring people in who are 40 plus, who are men, then I know a while back, Lady Frost never got a job in WWE because she's quote unquote too old, but perhaps she could get her chance now. And I think she would work. I'm not saying you got to push her to the moon, but as like a mid-lower woman, I know the WWE roster is getting kind of bloated. TNA, maybe she would be more of like a top gal there. But she's got a great look. Who even knows if she wants to keep pro wrestling? I saw she posted something. I didn't bookmark it, but she might be retiring for all we know. And I'm not saying like she's an old lady, Terry Funk. I'm an old man. I'm not saying that, but you know, But back in the day, in the Vince McMahon era, they told her she was too old, her and Taya Valkyrie or whatever the fuck, so they weren't sticking with her. Penelope Ford only suffered an ankle sprain and should be back soon, so she's not going to be out for a while. Konosuke Takeshita defeats ELP for the New Japan World TV title, so he's now the World TV title, and I almost feel like New Japan should have did this first before having him go on his World IWGP title reign, but at the same time, who really gives a shit? What is it going to change for AEW? Nothing. What does it change for Nuge? Well, they get Takeshita, and he's a pretty good pro wrestler there. Johnny Consejo, he lost his hair against Angel del Oro, and he's bald. So he shaved the head now. Pretty crazy. He's got the long locks. Anthony Bowens, who again is somebody I've been saying should be used more, because believe it or not, go and look at any of his wrestling. It's actually not bad. He actually gets fired up. He has a look. He's in really good fucking shape, and he's on all these random red carpets. You see Netflix has WWE as like the main focused featured people at these fucking red carpet to dumb awards, and then all of a sudden Anthony Bowens comes strutting in. And it's like, what the fuck? And he's just holding it down for AEW, and they don't do shit with him, even as a singles. I just don't understand. And he's at the Actor Awards and holding it down for AEW. I don't know, man. Something needs to be done. So Marina Shafir begging for help. We talked about AEW needing to get begged. Okay. And this guy here says, real question. When does anyone know if Marina Shafir's jersey is available to buy anywhere? No luck on the AEW shop. And then Marina Shafir tags AEW. Why isn't the merch game on point yet? We don't even have the merch game on point yet. It's been 7 years. We're still figuring out what to do with ROH and the fucking merch. We don't have these jerseys ready to be sold. She's on every single show, and fucking fans can't find her little jersey, her Triple H knockoff. No, it's not a knockoff. Triple H had those silver and black jerseys though, but they were much different. But yeah, it's things like this that Tone is now like playing catch up on. That it's a giant L. So Tahuti Miles, FKA Ashanti the Adonis, has been under AEW contract for a number of months. The rumors are 6 months this guy's been on fucking contract, man. Tahuti, come on down. Crazy. So shout him out. He's on that fucking low-key Rita Chatterton deal or what? So some hilarity ensued this last week. And Darby Allin, he hopped into a fucking Uber, and the guy had a meltdown on him. And at first I was like, is this staged? But I really don't think it is. And Darby's a bum. No one would do this to fucking Roman Reigns, or if CM Punk was sitting in the car. Name a fucking WWE superstar. If they were in that car, no Uber driver would melt down like this if they were doing an interview in the backseat. Ain't no fucking way. And Darby does handle it pretty funny. Because like if someone just started melting down like that, I would start laughing too. If someone started like at me, I would fucking, to me, that's funny when people just lose their cool. So let's get into this and look at this clip. And I'm sorry, what is the 102.1 KFMA or KFMA 102.1? It's like a radio show or something. The podcast broadcast. So I guess it's both. He's on AM radio, pal.
Tucson for AEW Collision. We got this program going on. Can we expect to see like a match?
One second.
I
hate to interrupt, like your AA or like
your AA. He thinks he's a junkie.
But it's kind of rude of you to be on speakerphone, like in someone's Uber. Is it cool if I finish?
Listen, this is one of those. It should be viral in just like mainstream everything as like who's in the wrong. This is one of those who's in the wrong situations. Oh, you're on your AA meeting while I'm driving. It's like, who says that, dude? You're driving a fucking Uber, like, so somebody, you never pick up people who are like, oh, I have to take this business call. I need a ride to the airport. Or like, you know, what if some business guy came in saying it's an AA meeting? That made me think it was fake. And it still could be. I don't know.
Look, man, I've been driving since 5 a.m. I'm tired. Like, can you just put the phone up? Like, it's a little rude.
This is like an interview. Yeah, we're on national TV right now, just doing an interview here.
I don't care. I make like $15 an hour. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, but you want 5 stars. This is one.
Yeah. Shout out this host. Yeah, but you want 5 stars, bro.
1-star behavior.
This has to be a work, no?
Is this your AA sponsor or something?
No, it's not an AA sponsor.
I don't care. Can you just put the phone away?
I'm straight edge.
Is he really
Yeah,
cracking out right
yeah.
now?
I knew with this face paint, this Gene Simmons thing, like you were gonna be trouble. Like,
Yeah.
dude,
Wait,
you want me to
Nice
cancel
go,
right?
buddy.
The
What's the
Gene
phone?
That's
Simmons
1-star
face paint. Does he even have face paint on? He's got a face tat.
behavior.
Work. It's got to be a goddamn work.
You know, and honestly, a Lyft driver would not drive like that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get
Uber. Like,
Take me to Tucson.
Yeah. Take them to Tucson so we could be doing AEW live here
yeah,
in
real fun,
Tucson.
buddy. Real, dude. I'm over this. I'm getting out of my car now.
Hold on.
Let me see
We're,
you.
we're in the middle of the
I
highway.
don't care.
We're,
Out.
we're,
Get out. Go. Get out of my car. Get out.
We're in the middle of the highway.
See, Lyft drivers wouldn't do this.
Go.
Seems kind of dangerous, no? I live for danger. That's what Darby would say.
I'm in the middle of the highway, so hold on, let me go over here. It's kind of loud.
He drove off on you. It looked like he drove off on you? Yeah, he drove off on you.
He's gone. So what were we saying? Because I gotta find a.
I fucking love you, dude. Can we expect to see you do the match in Tucson when the Collision comes to town on March 7th?
Can we expect to see me in Tucson? I'm in the middle of the highway. If I can get an Uber, I will be there. I promise you.
I love it. We'll get on the phone, get your Uber, get to Tucson safe. Darby Allin, we appreciate everything that you're doing on screen and off screen. It's been a match.
So did that guy rip off and then just pick him up later? Then Darby posted this hours later, which he could have just been outside anywhere, really. Still walking, couldn't find an Uber. If that was a work, then okay, he's trying to market himself in I don't know. It's just funny. Either way, the dude sold the meltdown well, and Darby went kind of viral within the IWC as far as virality, you know? So that was good. And Dynamite just ended. And folks, that was AEW news. Ichi ni Sanda. For AEW news. And we got some Fed news to get into. I'm going to check in with chat. God, we do have a lot of Fed stuff too. This one's going long. Going motherfucking long here. Let's switch over to here. Guys, nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. Save some money and shit. Protect yourself online. Ray J's World has been a member for 8 months, and for 2 says thoughts on Danhausen's curse working on Dominic. That ruled. I don't know. On the member show, we were watching Raw, and I was like, he needs to mix it up with the Miz, or he needs to mix it up with Dom, where like Dom gets cursed, then he turns the corner, and then he runs into the person, or like he fucking gets cursed and then he gets rolled up, or he loses the big one and he loses to someone he shouldn't, like when Hurricane rolled up The Rock. So that was awesome. I thought it was epic, and that's what you need to do. You got to pair Danhausen up with the right people. So Judgment Day can help get him over. It's not like him and R-Truth, him and Mystery Iguana. It's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of like AAA. I think he would benefit from there. But guys like The Miz, you know, that could really help him. Just pairing him up with R-Truth and doing a sketch, I mean, is that the way to go? I don't know. That might seem like the easy way. But yeah, Dom is a good way to, he just lost straight up. So it's perfectly explicable. You can be like, oh shit, he just lost the match. Like Penta was just the better wrestler. And then next time Danhausen curses someone, again, like I said, you know, Miz is ducking Damian Priest. I'm just throwing names out there. Then Miz turns the corner and then he runs into Damian Priest. And you're like, wait a minute, is fucking Danhausen's curses working? Like, that's how you slowly get it over, is like that. Totally plausible coincidences, and then you can get more, a little more into the outlandish stuff with him if you want to. TK Mark has been a member for 12 goddamn months. Fuck, thank you guys, man. There's hundreds and hundreds of members, and you all fucking rule, and I acknowledge all.
Acknowledge me.
And I acknowledge TK Mark. Okay. One of the best Meltzer trolls out there for a while. Everyone, I'm sure, was convinced TK Mark was the biggest sicko. No. Ken Dudley for 5 says, Phil, when talking about that kick league tonight, you failed to mention the most powerful type of leg kick, the kick your leg out of your leg kick, Brett. And that's why I kicked your leg out of your leg there, Brett. And that's why I'm going to kick your leg from your leg and beat you, Brett. Oh, man, that's funny. You're so right.
For dirt bags and lily pickers.
I was going off, dude. I forgot the low-hanging fruit that was right there, the line of the fucking night. Round of applause for everybody super chatting in. We got to get into this Fed news. It's in the title of the stream. I can't promise you guys to not deliver. Ladies and germs, it is time for Worldwide Wrestling Federation. So in AEW, ticket holders are getting emails stating that their tickets are fucking canceled. In WWE, ticket holders for WrestleMania 42 have begun receiving emails that the event will now start an hour earlier than originally scheduled, 2:30 p.m. local time. There is no word whether this means the broadcast time for the show has changed. That's courtesy of PWI and Mike Johnson. So apparently ESPN is not happy with WWE's WrestleMania 42 watch party blackout policy. A bunch of people are like, oh, the blackouts have been debunked and shit. They've done this with sports before and everything. Okay, so with the whole, now we're seeing the pushback. This is what it is with the blackouts. If it's just more fear-mongering, then we got to chalk it up to that. Now, clearly, and then people are like, oh, they want to get them into the theaters to watch the Fandango thing. Yeah, but like not all theaters are fucking what you want to do. You can't drink beers and take shots at theaters all the time. Not all of them do. And I think that's what a lot of people want to do. Now I know a lot of theaters have expanded to fucking serve alcohol and make sure we give them like food and all of this stuff. Listen, at the end of the day, people are melting down about this WrestleMania. All WWE's got to do is this: lock in, put on an awesome fucking 2 nights of wrestling. Okay? And stop hyper fixating on, don't let Mark Shapiro go out there and talk about how he's going to put fees on fees and shit. No one wants to hear that shit. Obviously, that's business jargon. We can't hide it. People are going to bring it up in the IWC as it pertains to WWE when that guy speaks on anything, or when TKO does anything or brings up anything new, any new way to fucking get dynamic pricing out of fans and all this shit. But let's read what Ringside wrote. So according to sports business journalist Blake Avignon, ESPN isn't a fan of TKO restrictions. He says separately, TKO Group's reported restriction on nearby revenue watch party broadcasts was characterized by one source as a self-inflicted deterrent. The source argued the policy undercuts the very FOMO effect live events thrive on. If price-sensitive fans opted to watch night one locally and the show delivered, the thinking goes organic buzz and fear of missing out could have driven incremental ticket sales for night two. Instead, limiting nearby broadcasts may suppress that spillover demand. That's not going to happen, and I'm going to explain why. Because there's nobody, you cannot recreate what they did at the Cody Rhodes Roman Reigns Bloodline rules match. You're not going to be able to recreate. Stone Cold comes out. Okay, last time he did that, he crashed his ATV and people are just going to make jokes. Now, will people pop as Stone Cold the biggest pop of all time? Yes. But unless you're literally stealing Jericho one night and then you have you stole Moxley the other night or some shit like that, to where people pop and go, oh my God, these are these big names. Like, I'm trying to think, who are names that aren't in WWE right now? And fuck AEW. I'm not even trying to make it an AEW thing. Who are names just in wrestling that could return to make it like FOMO? You've already looked at the prices. The point I'm getting at, if you're a fan or if you're in the surrounding area, you've looked at the prices already and said, I'm choosing to go to a bar over go to this shit, no matter what surprises they fucking have. Oh, The Rock might show up again. I don't think that's people are FOMO to have him show up and dip out. It might pop a Raw rating. It might pop the people in the fucking building. But again, I don't think there's like a FOMO there. Okay? So people, especially in the local area, if you want to break it down to the local surrounding area, they've already made their minds up. No, I'll just go to this bar instead that night. I'm not going to buy tickets. So I just think that's a little weird, the approach. But again, I'm not one of these dynamic ticket businessmen. I don't know, right? Leave that shit to Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro and these types of guys. So in other WrestleMania news, so the first hour of WrestleMania night 1 will be live on ESPN2 and night 2 on ESPN, regular ESPN. So again, I'm not sure what that does the first hour, and then we're going to all go, we need ESPN Unlimited to see the rest. Fine, we'll all sign up for this. I'm not hating on this technique at all. I attempted something similar on Member Monday where I did a public to live stream, and then that fucked up and blew up in my face completely. So hopefully that doesn't happen at WWE. I don't know how it would. Right? But people will just watch the first hour and then decide, oh, I'm not going to watch the rest of it on Unlimited. Or are they going to be like, oh, I at least need a fucking free trial or something? That's the idea behind it. So I just want to make sure we got WrestleMania stuff covered here. WWE has officially moved the start time of Mania. We talked about that, from 4 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. for both nights. So expect a long fucking night for both nights. Because, like, why else would they do that? Are they just going to be neat little 3-hour shows? I doubt it. It'll be 4 or 5. So not only is it 2 nights, but they're going to increase the length of time. They're going to pull in AEW on this one, is what I think might happen, which isn't the worst thing in the world. So in WrestleMania news, I think we covered all of the WrestleMania stuff. We have one more, actually. Sources inside ESPN. There's chatter that WWE's transition into the network's ecosystem hasn't been seamless. One person described it as a DNA mismatch, adding that WWE leadership has yet to make a unified push to correct the shortcomings. Oh shit. The unease, according to another source, extends beyond distribution. Early, and this is from Blake Axe Avignon as well, the guy that we quoted just before. Early WrestleMania 42 ticket movement hasn't inspired confidence. They said, viewing it as a sign the current strategy may not be landing as intended. ESPN and WWE also announced that the first hour of WrestleMania 42 will air live on ESPN's linear channels before shifting to ESPN Unlimited, a move designed to broaden exposure, but one that also underscores the evolving nature of the new distribution model. Separately, TKO reported restriction on nearby venue watch party broadcasts was characterized by one source as a self-inflicted deterrent. And here's the thing. So, we're going to block out watch parties, but if you have ESPN Unlimited, you can show it the first hour then, but only the second hour is blocked. Like, how do you get away with that then? Well, we're making the first hour just on ESPN. So you throw ESPN on quickly. The first hour, you're not allowed to do that either. Even though it's like, I'm just curious how they're It's weird business guy shit going on, corporate bullshit. You know, this is where it's like, okay, this is the weird corporate shit that just doesn't resonate with fans, and it's going to be a bit of a turnoff. But is it as big of a turnoff to just the casual people watching as it is the IWC, you know, or is this just the IWC melting down about this stuff? You decide. If price-sensitive fans opted to watch night one locally, we read all that. So shout out Blake Axe Avignon for doing the work there on that. Now we get into some other stuffs. Okay. Let's get into current viewership and tickets and all of that for WWE to compare them to AEW. So in Louisville, they did 10,000, over 10,000 distributed. I think it was a sellout for them. And Sagano 300, shout him out, posted this. Raw 2021, they did 5,200. In 2022, in Louisville, they did 7,823. They did 9,124. They did 9,925. They did 10,126. They did 10,200. So that's ticket prices and ticket sales are up and attendances are up and viewership up. Now you can start to make that argument, MJF. If Roman Reigns came out, acknowledge me, that would make fucking sense. Okay? But when MJF says this shit, it's fucking cringe because nobody believes that when you didn't even do more this year than you did last year. Friday Night SmackDown did 10,000, bro. So this is the one we just read, but that's crazy. Everyone's like, SmackDown's dead. They go to fucking Sci-Fi, do over 1 million viewership. I thought it would be below 800,000 below 900,000, like in the 800,000s personally. And it fucking was over 1 million. And then they're doing 10,000 for SmackDown's like, come on, man. I don't want to hear this bullshit. So, in other corporate bullshit, we have some more corporate bullshit, and I actually skipped over the Hall of Fame, so we'll circle back to that. But NXT Roadblock has sold 1,200 tickets. This was as of like a week ago, though, and the current setup is for 2,500. I'm sure they'll do that. There's 5,000 seats on the map, so I'm not sure what's going on with Roadblock. No real heat on this, I guess. I don't know. What do we chalk it up to? NXT's in sort of a transitionary period as well, and it's not to make any excuses, but you're starting to see like some young guys right here with the fucking belts, you know, so it's not Joe Hendry and shit, or well, it is right now, I guess, but it's not Javon and Oba and Trick. They all moved on, so and they're obviously draws for NXT. So we got to hopefully make some new guys here. But NXT did 589 and a 0.08. And again, it's a new guard in NXT. So this is why, for the people curious and the people who melt down like Brian Alvarez, oh, why don't they call everyone up? Well, because they got 50 million from fucking the CW or whatever for NXT. And they do good ratings, and they got to maintain those, and you can't call every single person up. Oba's a draw for them. Javon's a draw for them. If they just disappear and you don't ease it the right way and you try and get NXT folks to go, oh, I'm going to go watch this Raw show, and some Raw folks to maybe go, oh, I'm going to check out NXT for a little bit because this Javon guy showed up and he's over here on this show. That's the idea, Brian. I'm sure that there's a method to the madness. But yeah, it's like a new guard. It's a changing of a guard here. And again, Brian Alvarez, too, he was like, they should just call everyone up at the same time. And then they literally do that, and it's not good enough for him. He's still melting down. I don't understand. So Monday Night Raw, this is March 2nd. This already went down. 9,500 is what they were set up for. They did 9,000 as of fucking, I'm sure by the time the bell rang, they were at like 9,200. I'm just making shit up, but I'm sure they were around there. We're talking business here. So let me just see. We go down to this. So let's check this out here. Danhausen. Now, regardless of what you think about his debut, he was presented much better on Raw. if him being involved with JD, and again, I even pointed out like, yo, now you can do JD and Dom versus Penta and Danhausen one week, and then he gets a bit of a rub and people can take him a little more seriously, even if he eats a fucking pin, or like Penta hits his finish on JD and Penta gets the pin, but Danhausen was there. They can, again, another plausible curse. I'll just call it out. Danhausen could like curse JD. JD's like, what are you doing? And then he turns around into one of those running Penta drivers, the fucking Canadian destroyer, the Mexican destroyer. Do they just call it the Penta destroyer now or whatever I don't know, but either way, he could just like curse JD. JD turns around, he eats a destroyer. Boom. Like that's a totally plausible explanation coincidence that he just walked into the fucking destroyer and then they get the win, and Danhausen you get his curse over, helped him win a match, or was it just JD getting distracted? Like, that's how you get this shit over. They're pairing him with the right people, but his t-shirt's one of the top sellers for WWE Shop. And it's a great design too. I mean, if he dropped that on the indies, people would be picking that shit up. Danhausen's always moved Merchhausen. So I think I have one more on Danhausen, just talking about how apparently WWE is saying that they are pleasantly surprised with his... Let me find it here. I told you guys there's a lot. So WWE officials are said to be pleasantly surprised with the merchandise numbers Danhausen has generated since debuting with the company. Danhausen is also expected to appear on this Friday's episode of SmackDown. So free agent Hausen, possibly. That could be cool. And yes, to work with Miz. Perhaps they're listening to PWT member show. I'm not sure, but I called Dom and I also called out Miz, and Miz is over on SmackDown, and maybe they make that happen. Again, close your eyes and don't Ralph from all of the fucking scrolling here. But in other business-related news, and then we'll get into the juicy stuff, WWE on A&E returns April 26th, 3 shows, and LFG, they announced the return of several fan-favorite series as a part of their ongoing programming. A new season of LFG debuts with an all-new format. And so maybe they get rid of Michelle McCool. I don't know. The reason LFG kind of worked is because the first season, I think people wanted to see Tough Enough kind of come back and it be like a work shoot. You don't got to do $1 million Tough Enough challenge. You don't got to grab a bunch of scrubs who don't know what the fuck they're doing. But I think they wanted it to be less of a clear work. And also, I'm sorry, but Michelle McCool takes over for Mickie James. Ratings start tanking. It is what it is. But they're going to keep the show around forever, the same way that The Ultimate Fighter just got renewed with like bantamweight men's division. And it's like, buddy, you guys have like 4 heavyweights. We got to see more heavy. It's just not interesting. I'm sorry, but it's just not fucking interesting. This Ultimate Fighter, the format's been cooked for years. It gets 100,000 viewers, but still Dana White makes sure that show stays on the air. He's good pals with Ari Emanuel. I'm sure that somewhere they look at value in just having their fingerprints everywhere right now in the current landscape. Like, this is still content that if they can get paid a bit for, and they're just filming at the fucking PC training, what they're doing anyways, then they own this content down the line or whatever the fuck. It's all money down the line. It's all trickle down. It's just owning content right now with the way streamers buy shit. That's content is king. So WWE LFG debuts with an all-new format, spotlighting rising talent as they compete for the chance to become the next WWE superstar. So now it's not, hey, because this is why, too. They called up the last 2 seasons of guys from Evolve / LFG to now you're on NXT routinely. So now the show is like, it's NXT stars who are going to go to the main roster on WWE, and maybe that'll get more intrigue. But realistically, this show is just designed to follow like Shiloh Hill and these fucking guys, this certain handful of people that we've seen from the beginning. That's who it is supposed to just be followed. Like, they pick it's like the Jersey Shore. Yeah, you can switch it up and have new Jersey Shore characters every fucking season, but really people just want to see Snooki in the Situation and all these people, right? They just dropped a show called Canada Shore. I'm not joking. It is the cringiest fucking thing on earth. And I have not watched it, but just the trailers and whatnot. So anyways, they're going to bring back they're bringing back Legends biographies, and they're bringing back what's the other one? What's the other one here? WWE's Greatest Moments, which is actually just a fun little background noise show you just throw on in the background. It's just like top 10 lists, you know. You could repackage those for YouTube and stuff like that. I mean, that's why they pump these out, and if they get money for it, A&E will give them fucking money for it. Might as well do it. Over 300 watching. Hit the like. We're going long tonight. Okay, so I think I have one more bit. Yes, so WWE Network in Nippon. Finally, the day has come when we can watch WWE on Netflix in Japan too. Summary: starting in April, WWE streaming in your region, I'm assuming Japan, will be exclusive to Netflix. If you already are a Netflix member, you're all set. If not, don't miss out. Sign up now. We're looking forward to the day you can join WWE on Netflix. So yeah, Japan. I mean, that should add a bunch of folks. And is that when Noah then they start doing what they did with Mexico and AAA? They start doing it with Noah and a push for Japan a little bit more, and some of the stars they're bringing in. And that's when Evil gets featured. The timeline's up, man. Maybe Evil's on fucking Raw on Netflix, and then we get a Japanese audience a little bit. I don't know if it works that way. It could work that way, though. And in other business news, speaking of working, someone who is always busy working, at least in Hollywood, The Rock received a combined, are you guys ready? 21.7 million in TKO shares in 24 and 25 following his return to WWE and appointment to the TKO board of directors. This is broken down as 17.7 million in 2024 and 4 million in 2025. Wait a minute, that's some fuddy-duddy rich guy math. The Rock, come on down. So Dwayne Johnson also received royalties of 1.8 million across the 2 years, and WWE covered his travel expenses, which totaled 2.6 million in 24 and 600,000 in 25. Damn, it pays to be rich. So Vince McMahon, Nick Khan, and Triple H are accused of destroying evidence in WWE merger lawsuit. So let's just take a look at ringside news here. According to Post Wrestling, plaintiffs say one exchange between Vince and Khan reflect this effort. During a discussion about the WrestleMania main event between Rhodes and Reigns, Khan allegedly responded with a cryptic message, directing McMahon to move the conversation somewhere else. Langus. When McMahon asked what the message meant. So we read it backwards, signal. So is there like a Signal app where you can secretly message each other? Hey, go to Discord. How do you say Discord backwards? Oh, fuck. How do you say WhatsApp backwards? Yeah, whatever. I mean, this just seems like a bunch of mumbo jumbo bullshit. I don't think there's enough there to lock him up for that to be the case. But again, we skipped over this. SmackDown scored its second best audience we already talked about that. SmackDown's crushing it. Now another business endeavor. You can get your name on the fucking canvas. So this is a UFC thing again. They take the patches. They've done this for like sports, like NBA, NFL, and shit like this. You get a piece of the jersey put into a trading card, or you get a patch that then whatever the fuck. So WWE started doing this. The IWC fucking melted down. Oh, I don't want to see patches on Jacob Fatu. Can you believe that? Meanwhile, he's worn a patch 100 fucking times. You don't even realize it. So what the UFC has done is they sell canvas space on the Octagon. They've been doing this for a long time, where you can get your names. I don't know if they still do it, but they make a killing doing it. And then after the event's done, you get your piece of the canvas sent to you or whatever. And now WWE's doing that. So your name on the canvas, be a part of WWE history inside the ring. And they're doing it at the Garden on Monday, March 30th. But what's to stop them from doing this at every PLE, at every Raw, at every SmackDown? And I'm not even hating them. I'm not knocking the hustle for them doing this, I guess. In WWE, the blow of their insane corporate capitalist fucking mentality is softened a little bit by the fact that the fans see them spending the money in front of our eyes. We see these crazy displays. We see them going and doing bigger events and all over the globe. Like, going all over the world is expensive. Ask Tony Khan. He couldn't even get a fucking wrestling ring the last time they were in Australia. Not the last time, but the time before they're in Australia. You couldn't even get a fucking regulation ring. So clearly there's logistics. It costs money. A lot goes into this. So I'm not hating on it, but they are going to learn how to, like a NASCAR, monetize every square inch of your fandom and the fucking canvas and turnbuckle and the ropes. We're going to start seeing fucking ads on ropes when they can figure that out. The fireball ladders and the fucking Slim Jim tables. Okay? We need a PWT banner on the chairs. We have Phil Marks on the chairs, right? But again, they're just crushing it every which way they can. And speaking of the canvases on the rings and whatnot, Logan Paul had this to say. He says that the logos painted on WWE ring mats make the canvases slippery. And he says, I'm going to say it by the end of the night, the middle of the ring gets really slippery with them logos painted in there. I'll just say it, bro. I noticed. I can't get running full speed. See, I always thought they fucking pressed. Well, it probably is that. I guess that's what it is. Yeah, because it's like ink or whatever. So now they paint the middle of the ring. And I know that was a thing because before Prime was on the ring mat, we were going back and forth with WWE about whether or not to do it. They wanted to actually stress test the mats and have people wrestle and see if it got oily, and they determined that type of paint they used was okay and it wasn't going to get slippery. But they started using color paint as well. I don't know what they're using now, but I'm telling you, it's slippery. Yeah, get that figured out, because we saw people slipping, tripping, sliding, and dipping. Okay. And I think we have another quote from Logan Paul. He says he's ready to take on any NFL player in a fight, which, I mean, some of them do train MMA and shit, but are they going to step up and do it? Who fucking knows? If he worked it into a WWE match, that'd be okay. But Logan Paul, I mean, he does spar, he does box, he does train with people. He's got the funds to surround himself with a good camp. Let's listen to this and then more on the slippery mats. Okay, I assure you.
What football players would straight up beat his ass?
Not a single one.
Name one.
Not a single
don't do
one.
all that. Bro.
I would put any amount of money that you could put.
DK. Metcalf?
Not a single football
He's a
player
big
could
dude.
beat me in a boxing match.
Miles Garrett.
That is on God.
Miles Garrett.
I would throttle Miles.
In just boxing, Logan Paul might be right. But if you were to go MMA situation, a lot of football players, I think, could get him down and smother his ass and just smash him with the right amount of training. And who knows how much they actually train. There was footage of Sean Strickland sparring with like Max Crosby and shit. So if you're like an NBA player, NHL player, football player, and you, instead of dedicating like the level of athlete it takes to be in, especially football, dude, if they dedicated their entire lives and put themselves into MMA as much as they did football right from Jump Street, who knows? Like, that's the question with Brock Lesnar. It's like, if he just jumped into MMA right away, how good could he have really been? I'm not saying he'd be out there boxing like Floyd Mayweather, but how good would his hands have been if he never spent all that time pro wrestling and shit?
Miles Garrett. I will bet you why did we choose him? It could be any name.
So he's just calling people out. I'll bet you $1 million. It's like, buddy, whatever. I'm not going to say it because he's threatening to sue people now. So I'm not even gonna fucking say what I was gonna say. How about that, dude? Oh man. So we move along here, and speaking of the slippery mat and the slippery rope, so Logan Paul actually defended LA Knight. Yeah. And he said it was not his fault when he slipped.
He's gonna kill me.
Shout out Big Mike Fox and the Impulsive Podcast.
Look, I don't want to say this, bro, but that particular botch that LA Knight had is not his fault.
Yeah.
And I was in the ring. I was watching it go down live, and I can feel the ropes before I do the jumps. They are so slippery and oily. You have no idea, especially when you're the last match of the night, because it's been used, right? And all these oily, sweaty wrestlers are just greasing these ropes up. So by the time it's 10 p.m. at night and you're the last group to go, the ropes are soaking wet.
But you've talked about it in the past. You've brought I feel like you've brought this up multiple times. How come they don't go out there with some talcum powder or something and just
What the fuck are you talking about?
What is talcum powder?
I don't know, just something and just.
Well, what is talcum?
I used to lace my drugs with it. This guy, if you guys don't know, Big Mike Maljic, he's like, I was in the streets. He grew up in Connecticut, and he's like, I was from the streets, and I used to slang heroin and shit like that. I'm not joking. And it's Logan Paul's best friend. He's way older than Logan Paul, and they met because he was a beanbag salesman, and he sold Logan Paul beanbags and then worked his way into this fucking it's the funniest shit ever. Shout out Mike Maljic, dude. So LA Knight slipped, and someone put together a compilation. And I'm not doing this to shit on LA Knight. Yeah, but we got to watch it. It was making the rounds. I mean, 1.3 million views, 11K likes, 1K retweets. Like, this went viral as fuck. Let's take a look. Times two.
Your ears do not deceive you. Really extremely sure-footed on the rope, but LA.
I've said he should stop doing that springboard to the fucking top.
Wow. And not able to gain his balance, and Andrade now taking over. That's why they call. As Mello is the legal man. Right out of the way. Oh! Miz sent over the top of the flip. LA Knight now. And Knight just could have cost him. What? Really? Oh no! Critical error, perhaps by LA Knight. He tripped coming off the top rope.
And then even Orton made the face. That just amplified it more. So I'm an LA Knight fan, but look, dude, like he fucked that up a little bit, slipping, and I just don't know if he should just keep your shit more ground-based a little bit. I get it's one. And Logan Paul's got his back. He's like, it's the oily ropes and the oily men. So that's good. Ray J's World for 5 says, I'm one of the ones who bought a Danhausen WWE shirt. Fuck yeah, dude. Good for you, man. I'm really glad that you did that. Support Danhausen. That's very good. Very evil. And then Ray J again for 5 says, AJ Francis accepted Logan's challenge. Logan's challenge. Yeah, so I did see that. And he was like, dude, I'm a former NFLer and a pro wrestler. He's like, and I box. I've been boxing since I was 13. He's like, I'll gladly do it. And they should honestly set that up like one of these freak show fucking celebrity boxing, influencer boxing events. Set up AJ versus Logan Paul, WWE. Figure out a way. They did business with AJ Francis after he left WWE. Still, they were still working with him for a little while. And I'm sure he hasn't burnt any bridges. He's in TNA right now. Do that then, Logan, if you want to talk all this shit. Fight AJ Francis then. I don't know how the weight classes work out. I bet that they are both would just be considered heavyweights. But yeah, they should scrap it out then, I guess, and box him versus another pro wrestler or like any footballer, I guess. But he's got experience. But there are guys who train MMA and shit. Who do NFL, who do NFL and play basketball and shit. There are guys who also train MMA on the side. So pick one of those guys, like someone who has like a little bit of hands, And I like Logan Paul's confidence. And fighting is a different type of cardio as well. But yeah, we just have to wait and see. And let's see. LA Knight is always botching. Fair enough. LA Knight is already a punchy, kicky guy. You're right. He is. He needs a couple moves to switch it up, but he's got the pop-up power slam and then the running LA Knight. Yeah, the running like People's LA Knight elbow. He should just do that version, not the springboard to the top, or save it for the PLEs and shit. But he's doing that shit on every Raw and SmackDown. And he pulls it off more times than he doesn't. People botch. And then Logan was saying that the ropes are oily. I'm not trying to shit on him, you know? La Parka is in season 3 ringside pass. Thank you. They're dropping all of that info. So thanks for telling me that. He said he'd throttle Myron Gaines. Logan Paul would beat Myron Gaines' ass for sure. If you guys don't know Myron Gaines, he's like what is this shit called? He's like a troll. He's like a manosphere. He hangs out with Tate, Cobra Tate, and those kind of guys, right? So he's that would be a good fight too. Beat one of those like Tate just got his ass whooped. Fight one of those fucking guys. They're always talking shit, you know. That could work, but yeah, he would. I don't think I think Myron Gaines just does like he just works out like a normal guy. He's not like he doesn't fight and shit like that, you know. So okay, let's get back into it. We have a lot. We're going late. My wife's probably like, what the fuck? But hell, I'm here for the people. I do it for the people, man. So what story do we want to start with here? We got to just knock all this shit out. So AJ Styles, because this has been sitting in the folder for like fucking a week. Gallows and Anderson got AJ Styles on the Talkin' Shop podcast, and he addressed the people saying that WWE was just putting him in the Hall of Fame to avoid going to AEW. And then I will talk about the Hall of Fame briefly right after this. But in Hall of Fame talks, he says that AJ says he is retired and that he makes his own choices and that he's ready. And he will be in this Hall of Fame alongside Stephanie McMahon and Demolition, all 3 members. So more on that in a second.
Yeah, right. Well, give me some news, for God's sakes.
let me give you something to talk about. So everybody wants to say, oh, the WWE put in the Hall of Fame so they couldn't go to AEW. Guys, I'm retired from wrestling in the ring. Like that's all this is. I make my own choices. I make my own
100%,
decisions.
100%.
Like I was ready. There's a time where, you know, I've said this before, and I think Natty put it in her book where she talks about, you know, staying at the table too long. Like you got to beat the house. And
right. You beat the house.
I beat the house, man, because I was on the verge of staying at the table too long. Like we all
AJ,
feel it.
Yeah, I got asked. I mean, just like the. Yeah, right.
So there you go, man. It's from the horse's mouth to the farmer's table. No. AJ Styles also reveals, that's so stupid. AJ Styles also reveals that he will still be working with WWE and wants to help out younger talent.
Listen, I don't know how many people know this, and this will get you some traction if you need it.
Always.
I'm still going to be working with WWE. That's not going to change. I have these dreams and aspirations of helping out the younger talent and helping them get ready. And if somebody's not ready, once they get there, it's my
thank God
job to hopefully help them get to that point where they can do well and they're confident when they step into a WWE ring that they have the ability.
And who better than Canyon? No, who better than AJ Styles to be like, dude, I was the guy outside of the Fed. And then I showed up here. It's a whole new ball game. And this is exactly the stuff that I wish people told me that I never got told. And I was one of the fucking cream of the crop. That is the perfect guy. So I'm so glad to hear he's going to be hands-on with the next generation.
And the talent to, they're one of the boys or one of the girls, you know, like they belong, you know, and, you know, being able to help with that is a blessing, dude. I'm so excited about it.
Hell yeah. AJ's a real one. But speaking of the Hall of Fame and Logan Paul, we're going to circle back to Logan Paul in just one sec as well. If you haven't had enough of that douche, but midnight start time for the Hall of Fame on the East Coast. So the Hall of Fame goes down April 17 at the MGM. And yeah, it starts midnight on the East Coast, but they're in Vegas. So for them, that's like fucking way before. So that's like 9 o'clock or whatever the fuck, right? So I just wouldn't cry about it. It's going to be on whatever time it's on. I just wish that they would move Stand and Deliver, the Hall of Fame, all of that shit to 1 week. And then you have, and then still honor the Hall of Fame inductees at WrestleMania. But you can then maybe get situations where it's like, here's the Hall of Famers like showing some love to the NXT talent before Stand and Deliver, or whatever the fuck, you know, and passing of the torch, and let them rub shoulders a bit more and make like a WrestleMania week of like Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver, the roast, if they want to do that, all of these things. And then the next week is like, here's Raw, here's our normal NXT, here's our normal SmackDown, go home. Here's our normal, and then here's fucking WrestleMania night 1 and night 2, because it's so much. You have to consume so fucking much content if you want to watch, if you're a wacko and you want to watch all the WWE shit like myself. But in the Hall of Fame, Demolition, as announced by Undertaker, one of the greatest tag teams of all time, will make history once again. Okay, so Axe and Smash. Okay, sorry. I did fuck this up. Axe and Smash are in the Hall of Fame, but they also added Crush, Axe Smash, and Crush to 2K26. So Crush Brian Adams will be in 2K26 as well, but only Axe and Smash will be in the Hall of Fame. And if they've updated that since, or they have a change of heart, awesome. I don't know if, does Crush deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? Maybe just overall as a guy like who put his time into pro wrestling and gave his body to pro wrestling and shit, maybe. But and I don't know if Brian Adams is just on his own, but at least he's included in the game, for fuck's sakes.
I got some news, man. It's my esteemed honor to welcome you two, Demolition, Axe and Smash, into the 2026 class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Oh my God.
Congratulations, guys.
Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. I don't know what to say, to be honest with you.
It's a huge honor. We'll be there. Awesome, man.
And Undertaker, like, let's say one day they go, we're going to induct MVP into the Hall of Fame, even though we talked all this shit about trips. Like, Undertaker's that guy who everyone respected him. Everyone's going to listen to him. So he's Undertaker. Say what you will about his shitty pod with his wife and her tanking LFG's ratings, but he is doing good work in AAA, and him being the Hall of Fame guy to give people their Hall of, I think that's the fucking right move. Who's more iconic than him?
Congratulations, guys. Well deserved.
So yeah, they definitely deserve that. We're talking about legends a little bit. And Kevin Nash had this to say on being told, "We thought you were one of the good ones," because of the backlash he received from his Javon Evans comments. And he said, "Well, man, you ain't going to be invited to the barbecue. Guess what, motherfucker? I got a grill at my house." It couldn't have more of a fucking boomer response than, "Oh, yeah, bud, I have a grill at my place."
Let me just say this, because I want to get this out and I'm done with it. I want to ask from, because this is all from, at least their photographs were of blacks that follow me or have something to do. But this is on my ex, and I saw more than 24 times. I thought, or we thought, you were one of the good ones. Good ones what, motherfucker? Good ones what?
You were one of the few good Caucasians? Is that
what that means?
That's how I would interpret it.
And I'm the
pretty
one
racist, but I would interpret it that way.
I'm the one that's, and I'm saying to myself, like, you know what, man? You're right. Because when I get up in the morning,
Sean Oliver's just like, yeah, that's racist. You are racist, sir. Let me finish, please. Can I finish? Okay, I'm finished.
And I fucking look in the mirror and I said, you know what I want to be today? I want to be a better human being. Oh, no, let me sidestep that. I want to be a better Caucasian human being, because that's exactly how I fucking see myself.
What?
Well, man, like, you ain't gonna be invited to the barbecue.
What?
Guess what, motherfucker? I got a grill at my house.
That's such a boomer.
I don't want to go anywhere anyway.
Oh my god, dude! Fuck the what bit during his promo. That's such a boomer. I got a grill at my house, pal.
It's like, man, like,
cooked steak and shrimp and fucking some weenies and everything on this thing.
Everything that came at me for saying something that was absolutely not in any way said with fucking malice or with fucking a racial fucking undertone. It was just said to
you want a piece of me? I don't want a piece. I want the whole thing.
fucking more in an analogy fucking sense. And it's just like, and then they're like, man, you just shut up, man. Leave it. Shut the fuck up. Just leave it. Like, motherfucker, you wouldn't tell me shut the fuck up to my face. And I guess these people, because they follow you and they think that you fucking give a fuck about how many people follow you, that they don't think they'll get blocked. Motherfucker.
motherfucker Jones, right? So speaking of people, legends getting their awards, I don't even know how to comment on that. It was just, his reaction was so funny. It didn't really address what anyone was saying in response. But Cody Rhodes, it's officially Cody Rhodes Day, February 26th. That's a shoot, brother.
Welcome, everybody. I know you all here to see the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, but this is Mayor Craig Greenberg, and I had to stop by for a brief moment because we might have the Kentucky Derby. We might have Bourbon and Beyond and Louder Than Life. But today is a big day in our city, Cody, to have you here with us. We're so excited for SmackDown tomorrow night, and we wish you the best of luck in the Elimination Chamber. But what I have for you today, and then we'll just get back to it, is that once again, it is not the Kentucky Derby. It is not Bourbon now. And today, throughout the entire city of Louisville, is officially Cody Rhodes Day. Let's give it up for the American Nightmare.
Remember when like making someone's day a day meant something, or like giving someone the key to the city meant something, and now it's just like you have fucking TikTokers who get keys to cities and shit. So speaking of keys, Royce Keys, okay? The rumors are swirling about him. And one person noted to Mike Johnson that Royce Keys is getting acclimated to how WWE production runs, and not appearing on TV yet shouldn't be seen as anything but the company prepping him. They noted that 99% of the talents who are hired go through that process. And I guess shout out Mike Johnson for putting that out there and being a dirt sheet that's like, well, we're going to say the fucking obvious thing that all the other sheets are trying to doom and gloom, like Dave's doing tricks with his age and all this fucking stuff. I don't know, man, but Royce Keys, yeah, they're developing him. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? People doom and glooming about him, Danhausen. I mean, Danhausen deserves it a little bit because that shit didn't go off so well, but Rhodes also had this to say on Barstool, speaking of Cody Rhodes Day. And did I have another thing on Keys? Let me just quickly look if there's another thing on Keys here. I forgot. I'm all over the place with this long segment. No, there's not. So he had this to say, and it got a lot of people sensitive.
It's very confusing to me that we're judging so hard on fans who come to shows who are just yelling.
And this is courtesy of Barstool. Shout out Robbie Fox. Over 300 watching. Still hit the like button, man. 4-hour show. Let's go.
Like, what are we? Just
like you suck.
You suck should not be, or like yelling. It's very strange. I don't know. And I get it. I get it bad, and maybe I'll get it, and all of a sudden feel like, oh, that's mean, guys. But I don't know. It just. Maybe we're being a little too sensitive.
Like
if you're a wrestler and you're in Nick Khan's WWE, you're making bank.
You're doing good. You're on TV every week.
Put those feelings. You're on TV. Put those feelings just a little over here. You know what I'm
I agree with him, and I think even with Danhausen, he should have showed up like super shredded. He should have just been real shredded. You guys remember those cereals? That cereal called Shreddies, and then there was like, I think like Frosted Shreddies or whatever the fuck. You guys remember Shreddies? Is that still a thing? He should have been Shreddy like Shreddies, dude, if he's showing up. And other talent people are doom and glooming about is Jade and Rhea. We're about to get into that a little bit. I just want to make sure I touch on all of the folks I'm trying to touch on here. Pause. Yeah, so we're talking youngsters in the game. And one of these youngsters, what is this? We have a SAP own. Oh, yeah. So we have wrestlers debuting in WWE like Keys and like Danhausen. And then this comes out from Jimmy Van, founder of Fightful. He says, I've said for months that Triple H is using wrestler debuts and returns as a crutch, along with the usage of celebrities to compensate for poor creative output. So the idea that there are no plans in place for Royce Keys yet is par for the course with that. So like there's no plans for him. And then the report comes out, what we saw. And then Sapp responds to, or says that he doesn't respond to Jimmy Van, but he says there's a ton of bad framing on the Hobbs aggregation. WrestleVote said they didn't have an update. So just funny to see the sheets all squabbling and tripping over each other and contradicting while all this doom and gloom goes on and burying Triple H and his creative process and all of these fucking things, or not even his process, his creative output rather. And yeah, man, it is what it is. I mean, he's going to keep catching heat for shit until he's done booking altogether. Speaking of youngsters on the come up, Ren Sinclair with the final wrench. She has a finisher, speed title. And she made it to the speed title match there, I believe. I'm not keeping up with speed. I've been fucking missing NXT last couple weeks here. I've been having to watch it afterwards. And so speed with the final wrench, Ren Sinclair's finisher, and the concept of speed, pretty cool. It was winning me over. It as its own X show or whatever, good riddance. I would say that. And good for Ren Sinclair. I'm glad to see her winning and coming up. And again, you're going to see more and more of the people you were waiting, like, oh, why don't they do this with them in NXT? Settle down, Brian Alvarez. It's all happening now as they start to get, like, I didn't expect those, the Vanity Project to win titles and shit like that. That's their name, right? So speaking of guys you didn't expect to see, well, we did know because there was an announcement, but Ricky Saints, he's a fitness influencer on this CW show, a little crossover cross mingling on CW shows.
Getting some high knees in. Let's get it. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Keep that energy up. I'm here, y'all.
Yeah, Ren made it to the second round, so one step closer to the speed title. And yeah, just good for her, man. You guys know we love Ren Sinclair here. It was a good cap off to the Ren's Day segments with her 1 year anniversary thing. Maybe I'll bring them back down the line. But yeah, anyways, here's wild cards. Okay. Are you guys, is anyone in chat watching wild cards? I don't know. Not for me really, but it is what it is. Logan Paul stayed up till 2 a.m. bidding in a bidding war, trying to win Hulk Hogan's worn and signed boots from WrestleMania 1. The inscription read, "These are my real boots with my real blood on them from MSG, Hulk Hogan. I tapped out at 1,021,021. GG to the winner." And he did that Pokemon card stream, which fucking ruled, dude. It was so funny. And Obafemi, and speaking of funniness and the youngsters on the come up, here's Obafemi and Natalie Lareida. So Lola Vice's sister, she does promo work with the UFC and WWE and whatnot. And again, she is doing this little promo and has UFC fighters, a bunch of famous ones. Here's Charles Oliveira. The most submissions, more than Hoist Gracie, the most submissions in UFC history. And he's doing the Obafemi strut, and she has a bunch of these fighters fight week, UFC 326 fight week, and they're all doing the Oba strut, which rules. This is the type of crossover content we need to see.
And his opponent, from Lagos, Nigeria, weighing in at 310 pounds, he is the NXT champion,
All the Brazilians.
Oba
Or no, I guess what's that kid's name? Rosas. I think he's Mexican. Oh, I think he's like from America, but he's like Mexican heritage. But yeah, they got some fighting nerds up in there, and yeah, that's cool to see. Rhea Ripley bids an emotional farewell to Raw. She will be going to SmackDown. We don't need to watch that. More on Rhea in a bit. Time Cop. We talked about Royce Keys. This is the Royce Keys one. I just wanted to read this. He defeated Grayson Waller in a match on Main Event before Raw or whatever the fuck went on the air. So he's getting reps in, guys. House shows don't exist. Stop fucking melting down about his booking and all of these things. Big E has been offered a commentary role multiple times, but turned it down due to the demanding schedule. He says, once you're able to get off that hamster wheel and you realize that, man, I have my weekends back again. Life is good off the grind. Bruv. I know. Tell me about it, bruv. I've been off the grind. No, I don't mean to take it out on Will Ospreay, but geez Louise. So in other Lucha news here, and then we're getting to the two juicy stories that are in the title. AAA Rey de Reyes coming your way Saturday, March 14 in Puebla, Mexico. Don't miss out on an incredible night. Again, with all the shit going on in Mexico, well, it was going on. I think it's sort of subsided, but is that going to prevent talent from wanting to go over there? I don't fucking know. But either way, man, the emotion that these fans have towards these El Grandes, and look at the cast of characters here. Like, they've all been featured, and WWE just gave AEW a lesson in how to fucking build some of these people up. Like, these are all, every WWE fan knows a lot of these people's names, and some of them, like Santos, he's way better suited in AAA than on SmackDown or whatever, fighting Carmelo for the US title. It's all coming together. In AAA, you know, Undertaker's getting chants, Undertaker, on his way as the show goes off air and shit, because it's popped off. Dragon Lee was unmasked by Gunther during WWE RAW. So again, people are saying Sean Sapp took this fucking screen grab. It was like a blink and you'll miss it moment. Like when I was on Raw for the member show, I was talking while this match was going on. I was watching it though. And it was so quick. It just looked like, you know, it just looks like, and people are saying it's disrespectful to show this. I don't know. Is that the case? I don't fucking know, but people were melting down about this. And yeah, he ripped his mask off. And if you watch the broadcast, he just quickly covered his face. I mean, other than a basic haircut, and he's got black paint all over, so you don't even really make out his face, even in this picture, fully. Like, he's got I'm being choked face. Like, if he just walked up to you on the street, you wouldn't be like, oh my God, Dragon Lee. Regardless, but yeah, people were just melting about this, and they're like, it's disrespectful and it's racialist to do that. Like, I saw Dave arguing with people about culture and all of this shit, and I don't know, man. It's just, listen, they've done that spot up 1 billion times. They've accidentally ripped Ray's mask off. Ray, we all just pretend we don't know what he looks like. Who cares? I don't want to see Dragon Lee wrestle without his mask. Remember at One Night Stand when Psychosis showed up and he took his mask off, but when he made his entrance, he was wearing the mask and everyone thought he was going to wrestle in the mask, but he took it off as a sign of respect. But then the American fans started chanting, "Put your mask on." Like, they don't give a fuck, you know? In America, people don't really give a fuck. In Mexico, it's more of a big deal. However, I'm not saying like lucha fans in Mexico don't give lucha fans in America don't give a fuck. I'm not saying that, but as far as like how much people melted down and spurred out over that, I just think it was way too much heat that went out there. And again, like, if the dirt sheets didn't post those fucking pictures, no one would have even really noticed it. I guess you can call me an asshole for showing it, but it's like, realistically, you can't even tell what he looks like. It was a blink. It's still blurry. It's a blink and you miss it fucking moment. And especially when you watch it back, it's not like they just showed his face and everything. It's fucking, that whole thing got blown way out of proportion. So speaking of things being blown way out of proportion, Jade Cargill and Rhea Ripley are sort of working a shoot. Okay. They're sort of working a shoot here, and some people think it's real, and now everybody's taking this opportunity to now jump on Jade Cargill and be like, fuck her, you know, she has heat backstage. She rubs people the wrong way, which, I mean, in some ways, she doesn't wrestle a lot. She's WWE champion. So, yeah, I could totally see how that could be the case. And I talked about this on the member show, but just to sort of reiterate and catch everyone up on what went down so that you guys understand the context of this PWI thing if you haven't been following it. So just quickly, you know, Jade Cargill and Rhea Ripley, they kicked off their feud with an insane exchange on Twitter, and everybody kind of figured, hey, they're just working. You got to get heat. They haven't been on the same brand. They need to heat up their WrestleMania match, which I think is the case, and dirt sheets again are going to dirt sheet. But Jade Cargill says, ha, I just be talking. And which member of our social media team found that video for you? Because we know they always have to find a way to keep you on top going into Mania. And basically, you know, Jade has put Rhea over a bunch of fucking times, and Rhea posted clips of it. I'm not going to play all those because it's needless to say, and she said, I want to wrestle Rhea. I want to wrestle Rhea. I want to wrestle Rhea. She's the top, you know? So Rhea goes, all you seem to do is talk, and that's literally it. And then Jade says, talk, like the hours you spend talking to creative, which, like, who cares? You should be. That's your fucking job. And then Rhea Ripley says, you're funny. That's funny. Now we know you really do be talking out of your ass because everything you say is bullshit. Don't spread lies on my name, you dumb bitch. And then Jade Cargill says, hit dogs will holler. Holla, 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 holla. Holla, holla. Can I get a dollar? Can I get a dollar? Holla, holla, holla. You guys remember that Dave Chappelle sketch? Holla, holla. Can I get a dollar? Can I get a dollar? Holla, 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 holla. Let me holla at you. Can I holla? Can I holla? Let me holla at you. Let me holla. Let me holla. So Rhea got kind of offended by this shit, and she posted, not having fun, not friends, learn to work and never lie to defame someone's real human character by quote unquote breaking the fourth wall. Now, chat, let me ask you, how do you get heat when everything is blurred? The lines are blurred line, right? How do you get people amped up for this WrestleMania match this last second when these girls haven't really been beefing all year and they got to kind of last second in the next month really heat it up? You blur the lines with social media. They're willing to work firings. They're willing to work injuries. They're willing to work online, guys. So again, I don't give a fuck if you predict it's a work or a shoot and you're wrong, or who gives a fuck? We're just fans speculating. That's what all this shit is. This ain't a dirt sheet, bitch. Okay? I don't give a fuck whether this is a work or a shoot, but in my mind, it's another fucking work, like the Rollins thing was, and let them do it. Who cares? Let it rile you up. There is maybe a little doubt in your boy Phil's mind, even. Hopefully you guys at home, there's a little bit of doubt in my mind. Hey, maybe they do. This is a fucking shoot, and it does dissolve in the ring, and they start blasting each other in the fucking head. Now, I hope they don't beat the shit out of each other. But at the same time, like, they're working, they're getting heat. Let's fucking go. Don't be afraid to be worked, fellas. It's good. This is why Elimination Chamber, I wasn't so sour on it as I think I would have been too. All my predictions pretty much were wrong other than fucking the obvious Punk. And I think AJ Lee was obvious, and I was really coping like, oh man, I hope that fucking they extend it to Mania, because really it's like, what the fuck is AJ Lee going to do at Mania? Like a multi-woman match or something? What is Becky going to do at Mania? It just seems like now they got to unless they rematch in a cage, maybe that would work, right? Because like Finn and Edge fought in a cell or whatever. Maybe Becky goes, okay, let's rematch in a cell, but just because, you know, maybe a strap match at WrestleMania. Let's switch it up a bit. I don't know. But Rhea Ripley, yeah, they are quote unquote breaking the fourth wall and all of that. And again, how do you be on the nose with shit? Or how do you get people worked up? You be really on the nose with shit. You hit them right in the nose. Well, what's really right on the nose? Breaking the fourth wall. Typically, when something's really on the nose or overly ridiculous, it's because it's a work, you know? So that's all I'm saying. PWI, though, reports this on the Jade Cargill Rhea Ripley situation. They say Jade Cargill has been criticized by a number of talent for how she rubs others the wrong way, and that when the back and forth with Rhea began, it wasn't hard for others to want to jump in and voice their opinions. They cited this wasn't the first time Jade Cargill has upset others with how she conducted herself and intimidated that when there were reports about how she conducted herself and intimated, I'm dyslexic as fuck, intimated that when there were reports about Cargill being hurt last year, the real reason she disappeared and spent time in the PC was to let personal issues going on at the time subside. So it's not that she spent time at the fucking PC to refine her skills because everyone's saying she's the shits. Nah, she went there because she had heat. Come the fuck on. I just don't believe this. Another source tried to downplay the situation, but later admitted that they expect management would step in and speak to Cargill. No. That's not an admittance. Well, technically, literally is an admittance. But this admittance doesn't necessarily vindicate that she had heat. Just in this particular exchange, management could step in and be like, did she piss you off? Apologize to her. Fucking learn to what you get. It's like Tiffy and Charlotte on Unreal. Whether you want to believe Unreal or whether it's all one massive work, it wouldn't shock me if Trips went, hey, did you say that? Was that you or the writers? Apologize to her. Figure it out. You fucking learn to work. That's all it would be, but I don't think that necessarily adds validation to the fact that Jade went down to NXT because of heat and shit, or that this situation is actually heat just because maybe, like her and Jade, Rhea and Jade probably have each other's phone numbers. They can fucking text each other and figure this out. Anyways, the source noted that everyone in the locker room has been happy to do whatever they need to do to get Cargill over, but that the respect they show her does not often feel requited. Well, here's the thing. They're sitting there like there's no reciprocity. Here's the thing. Jade is just looking at you all as her fucking peers, and that's what she should be doing. Is she on the level work rate wise? No. Is she on the level as far as like she's a reason WWE's in the place it's in right now? No. But sometimes you got to cut Ultimate Warrior check. You know what I'm saying? And apparently people were mad that she hurt Mitchin and BFAB on the live events. But again, were those actual injuries or were those like worked injuries to try and help get Jade over? We don't know with WWE right now anymore. That's sort of the beauty of it. That's why it's awesome. That's why it's awesome as a fan, So they need to get Cargill over, but that they show her doesn't feel requited. They described it as Cargill coming off insecure when she shouldn't have any reason to feel that way. And is it insecurity or is it overconfidence? Again, man, envy, once that shit starts stewing in people's minds, they start, just trying to pick up on shit that ain't there, and they start fucking hating and or whatever, or people, it might rub them the wrong way because she's overly confident. And not saying confidence means like be a bitch and walk all over other people, but is it really that she's insecure, or is she just like treating you guys like her fucking peers and she really believes that she could be and is that bitch? I don't think Jade Cargill's scared of anybody if it broke out into a real fight in that locker room either. So unfortunately, that's the beauty of pro wrestling. It's like, what's going to happen? Are you guys going to shoot on each other or not? Like, unless you guys are going to shoot on each other, fucking squash it. They're either working or they aren't. It's not like they're not going to both be professional. Whether this is really online heat, I don't know. But I will just say it makes WrestleMania 10 times more interesting. Speaking, and this is the last thing as we go back, over 300 viewers tonight. Wow. Round of applause for the PWT fucking universe. My wife is pissed. So this is the last thing we're talking about here, guys. I'm going to play the tail end of this Roman Punk segment from Raw. I'm just going to play the tail end so we can hear in context what the fuck Punk said to end this promo. And he got heat. And in fact, Zilla Fatu, who is not kidding. You want to talk about work or shoot? Zilla's not working. I believe that this man would slap the fuck out of Phil Brooks if he saw him for fucking saying this. I believe Zilla would. There's a couple guys, Jacob Fatu and Zilla Fatu. They'll fuck you up, okay? I just have a feeling. I don't know if it's the face tats or what, but Zilla punch you in the fucking face. All right? So CM Punk had this to say. It was an epic, another epic. You want to talk about heat for Mania? Ooh, buddy. And Punk like really went low blow, almost heelish, kind of like sicko mode to stick one to fucking Roman last minute. So, I don't know, but
Fair enough. You can hate me all you want. You're going to retire CM Punk. Well, brother, you just made the list. You went from getting beat at WrestleMania.
You just made the list. Now, Jericho tease.
Now I'm going to bury you. And then you won't be all alone anymore.
Now listen to this next part. Crazy. I'm sure you all heard it, but I got to pause for reasons.
Because I'm going to bury you next to your father.
Like, that's just kind of cooked to say, but they want that heat, and Roman would not. You have to allow. Well, you don't have to, but you have to allow that when it comes to Roman, right? Like, if you're Punk, you can get away, but like, you have to, or what's the word I'm looking for? You have to ask for permission, essentially. There has to be some allowance there from Roman, or else they're not doing this. Okay. But also, people were like, well, Roman just stood there like a bitch and didn't do anything, didn't even attack him after everything. Dude, yeah, it's like when Gunther did Jimmy real dirty slime. It's like when Gunther slimed Jimmy Uso, and then Jey Uso snapped and was like, I'm more afraid of what I'm going to do to you. That's what you've unleashed in Roman. And there is a methodical heir to the Samoans and the Samoan dynasty. If you look at all of them, they were, a lot of them, wild Samoans and wild animals and whatnot. But as far as like their presentation, and they'll bite your nose off and all this shit. But this is like, Roman is going to up it. Like, now the ante's upped, and they're going to throw fucking hands next time they see each other. And then CM Punk just took off really quick. And that was a crazy ass thing to say. Now, Nia Jax commented on it before we get to Zilla's threats, and they are lock him up because he's threatening people. No. Nia Jax comments on CM Punk's line about Roman Reigns' Faja. And she says, I think small men bark loud. In that moment right there, he was probably feeling a little confident. It's funny because you see him walk away right after he said that line. If that doesn't bother me, because I know what my family is physically capable of. We've shown it over the last 3 decades what our family is capable of the Samoan dynasty. So that's fine. He can speak all he wants, but when it comes down to it, exactly the person who will be reigning over Phil, not me, will be none other than the OTC. So Nia Jax having Roman's back, she of course has to be a little bit more political, considering she works with him, but Zilla Fatu doesn't. This was his live reaction. Shout out Zilla. He's been doing his live watch alongs and all of that stuff.
Because I'm going to bury you next to your father.
What the fuck? Well, that was just one.
Yeah, man, Zilla's just like, I'm not impressed with that.
What the fuck?
We're about to get beat up. I am not a CM Punk fan. Don't worry.
What the fuck?
I'm about to slap CM Punk when I see him. Y'all click this shit. When I see you, CM Punk,
That dude will slap you, Punk. I don't know. He ain't a brown belt like Mickey Gall, but Jesus Christ, he could probably fight better than Mike Jackson or whatever that guy's name in your second fight was. That photographer you fought in your second fight. You know what I'm saying? He'd probably whoop your ass harder than that dude. No offense.
Roman cooked. Again. Yes, again. Last time, I'm not gonna lie, it was a little close, but Roman still won. But this time it was clear. We smacking Phil.
Not me. I didn't say.
Wait, we smacking Phil. That was heelish, bro.
Yeah. Now I'm scared, dude.
That was ridiculous.
Because I'm.
Damn, dude. So there you go. They're smacking Phil. Hopefully not this Phil. That, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News, brought to you by NordVPN.com/Pro Wrestle Time. Over 300 watch chat. I love you guys. It's been over 4 hours. Round of applause for you all. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow for Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, DM DMW Thursdays. Be good to each other. Drink lots of water. Don't get worked, you marks. It ain't a shoot. See you guys in the Upside Down when Tales of 85 comes out. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way.